Hey, sis. Let me get this virtual stuff together. Listen, welcome. Hey, sis. Hey. It is time for Stepping into Sisterhood. I'm so excited for us to be together today. Before we even get started, listen, y'all, we are doing a live virtual event. We are at the mercy of technology. So listen, let's just be patient with one another. If somehow you get disconnected, come back. If somehow I get disconnected, I will come back. So let's just stick together for these next 4 hours. I'm so excited for all that is in store for us today. If this is your first time meeting me, my name is Andromeda Rahim. I am the founder of She Wins Society. And with me behind the scenes are 18 phenomenal women and 4 amazing virtual vendors who are ready to share something with you that will inspire you and empower you to become the best woman that you can be for yourself, your family, and your community. I think we can all agree that women are powerful. We are magical. Like we can do anything we set our minds to do. No matter how much we have on our plate, we always seem to get it done, right? No matter how many odds are stacked against us, we always find a way to rise above those odds. And no matter how many times we fall down, we always get back up stronger. Individually, each and every one of us is powerful, right? But collectively, sis, we are unstoppable. We each have purpose, gifts, resources, knowledge, and connections to contribute to the world, to our families, to our communities. I personally took a lot of pressure off of myself when I realized that I don't need to know everything. And I don't have to do everything. Because where I fall short, that is where my sisters can fill in the gaps. There's a reason that each and every one of us were created with different interests and gifts and talents and skills. Our differences are what make the world whole. We only need to accept that we aren't competition and intentionally collaborate to help each other win. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much to everyone who donated to this event. Your donation, listen, from the beginning of this event, from planning to execution, it has always been about showing women that when we support each other, we all win. And your donation helped us to do that. Your donation helped us to support 20 women-owned businesses and to help us to once again prove that when women support women, we all win. Over the next 4 hours, we are going to have real, honest, and transparent discussions that are going to help us to get greater insight into how we are all connected and how the interactions we have with one another impact each other's lives in the world. We are also going to learn what we can do individually as women to make a positive difference in our own lives and in our communities. When it's all said and done, we are going to leave here inspired and to be the best sisters that we can be. And we are going to leave here empowered to unite for the greater good of our families and our communities. I am so excited, sis. This is Stepping into Sisterhood. Welcome. I see your comments. Let me see if I think you all should be able to see each other's comments. If y'all could do me a favor and just comment something to let me know you're able to see each other's comments. I can see your comments. Hey, Africasia. Hey, Melina. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, Wilma. Hey, Linda. Hey, Sheena. Hey, Corinne. We definitely want to fellowship in the comments. We want to talk to each other in the comments. We want to interact and engage with the panelists once they come on. So make sure that you can comment. I think YouTube probably is telling you to sign in if you haven't already so that you can comment. But if somebody can just let me know. You can see each other's comments. Thank you, Shamar. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing else I needed to do on my end in regards to this technology. Because like I said, we are at the mercy of it. We are going to do our best to make this the best event possible, even though we were not able to do it live this year. We have typically done Stepping N2 Sisterhood for the last few years. We have done live events around the country. COVID-19 put us on pause as far as live events go, but we said it is so important for us to have this fellowship. It's so important for us to get together with our sisters. So even though we cannot commune in person, we are definitely going to get this sisterhood time in virtually. So I'm so excited to be with you all today. We have, like I said, some amazing virtual vendors. So coming up very, very shortly is Ms. Ronique West, and she is coming to tell you a little bit about RC Natural Essentials. So just hold on tight. I know I see Leah Abney in the background ready to go live with Ronique. I don't see Miss Ronique yet. Let's see. She says, I am on. I don't see you, Ronique. But in the meantime, I'm just going to let everybody go ahead and come in. Let me message Ronique back and tell her I don't see you. And then we are going to move on to our first virtual vendor. And then we will move on to our first panel, which is the Redefining Sisterhood and Women Empowerment panel. So I'm so super excited about that. Let's see. So I'm gonna, sorry, that's me, Leah. I was sending a note to Ronnie. Oh, okay. Okay, so Leah is on. We're just waiting for Ronique to come on. Hello, everybody, if you're just coming in. Also, don't worry if you came in a little bit later. Even if you have to pop out for a few seconds, that is fine. We are planning to record this. If all goes well, there will be a recording available for you to watch the replay. So just stay with us and know that all is well. All is well. So we are, let's see. Yes, we're still waiting for Ronique. Let's see. Do I see her now? There she is. Hey, Ronique. She's in there, back there in the background. Oh, well, nope, she was and then she wasn't. Again, at the mercy of technology. There she is. She's back again. Okay. So I am going to pass this over to Ronique with RC Natural Essentials, and she's going to tell you a little bit about her brand because, like I said, this is all about women support women. We all win. So you're going to get to learn about amazing vendors as well as hear from amazing speakers. This is a full afternoon of just women supporting women and posturing ourselves in sisterhood. So excited. Okay. So Ronique, I'm bringing it to you, sis.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to, of course, the great Andromeda. Thank you for inviting me on as being a virtual vendor. I am Ronique West. I'm a consultant, president of a local Black chamber, also a serial entrepreneur. But today I have a whole new business for you guys to introduce. It's RC Natural Essentials. Now, what has happened? The work over the last several years, as I've been working heavily in the community, it became apparent that we actually began to provide essential products to our community, along with some other things that we'll be announcing soon. 2020 has been a great year. So we created RC Natural Essentials to provide organic natural products to the community. Our first product is sea moss. Now, you may not have heard of sea moss. If not, I'm going to educate you today on it so you can definitely get your family involved in taking sea moss on a daily basis. This is very critical for our community. Many times it may be farm raised or handcrafted, but ours is actually 100% natural sea moss from the sea, and it's organic. We made sure we had a vendor that was providing the actual organic 100% raw sea moss. So we're excited about it. Sea moss is a species of red algae that grows on rocky areas around the coast, around the world, and it can come in brownish yellow color to green purple. Sea moss can be used for your hair, skin, digestion, and supplements as well. the great Dr. Sadie has taught us about our bodies and how it's critical we put natural organic chemicals in our, I mean, not chemicals, natural organic products in our body to make sure we kind of get rid of all the toxins and the chemicals so that we are healthy for our families and for ourselves. And of course, supporting the womanhood is just critical that we stay healthy. So I'm excited to bring this product out. 19 benefits of, they can't hear me? Oh, hold on. Can you hear me fine, Andromeda? Hello? Okay. Hope
Yes,
you
we
guys
can hear you, sis.
me.
We can hear you, sis. We can hear you.
Okay. I heard somebody say they couldn't hear me. Okay. Just want to be sure. 19 benefits. It promotes digestion, relief of digestion issues. It's rich in vitamins, minerals such as magnesium, zinc, potassium, iodine, calcium, and sulfur. Recover from joint pain as well. Again, it helps your skin and hair, as well as sunburns and eczema. Weight loss and appetite suppressant. I've been taking sea moss, and the first thing I wasn't hungry, and I was like, why am I not hungry? Something's wrong, and I forgot that I had started taking the sea moss, and it has literally suppressed my appetite. It boosts your mental health. It boosts your immunity. This is critical now that we're dealing with COVID-19 and the pandemic, and we're getting ready to enter flu season. It treats your wounds. It's a natural painkiller, natural treatment for headaches, helps with thyroids, instant energy, and much, much more. Again, let me tell you a fun fact about sea moss that you may not know, is that actually you may have drunk it before, or you're drinking it now if you drink beer. Sea moss is actually used to brew beer. So it has been used to brew beer for centuries. You just been taking a altered form of it and didn't even realize it's in your bodies, but you wanted the natural form to get all the benefits. Now, Andromeda, I believe I have a customer that has actually utilized our sea moss product, and I want to bring her on for a live review. Can you bring Leah Abney into the studio, please?
Hi.
Hi, Leah.
Hi, how are you? Doing very
good.
well. Thank you for inviting me to the event. And again, I've had the pleasure of using RC Natural Essentials. And as a woman, especially when you're getting older, you know, I just turned 54.
You look good. You look good. You look good. I'm trying to be blessed like you when I get the age.
So we want to make sure that we stay healthy. And so I am a member of the Greater Black Chamber of Commerce here in Augusta. So when I saw that Renique was selling sea moss, I have been thinking about it for a long time. And I can tell you, you guys, so this is the bag that I received, and a little bit goes a long way. And I know you probably have seen other advertising on sea moss as well. I was a little skeptical about it, you know, like, okay, what is this? The smell of it, I'm just going to say real quickly, it does have a scent of the ocean, but it's not overpowering. It won't overpower any of the anything that you put it in. And when I say a little bit goes a long way, a little bit goes a long way. So I just use like a handful. You see that little space right there? That's all I used. And it was just a handful. And once I put it in the water, it expands. So it will expand. And what I was able to do was I have these little mason jars. And I was able to make one that's a little bit larger than this, about double the size. And I have 3 of these. And I actually put one in the freezer. So I want to see how it would do in the freezer. And I just used 2 tablespoons of the gel inside of my smoothie, my applesauce or oatmeal. You can even put it in soup. What are the immediate effects I say have with it? I have thyroid issues. So one thing I noticed immediately is I did not have an appetite. It really suppresses your appetite. I was really, really surprised.
Yeah.
I didn't feel, really, I had the same thing. I was like, oh my gosh. I said, did I eat today? And I realized that, you know, the munchies, if you're a person that snacks throughout the day and you're looking to suppress in a natural way, the sea moss really helps with that. The other thing that I noticed right away is that I was very alert. You know, a lot of times what we're doing is I realized that I was a lot more alert. It's not like a lot of times we're using the energy drinks to, you know, stay alert, have enough energy.
Take the sea moss, get rid of energy drinks.
Get rid of your energy drinks. When literally all I did was put 2 tablespoons in my smoothie. And it was like, oh, wow, immediately. And it was my first time, ladies and gentlemen, it was my first time taking it. So it's not like I've done this before. And I just did it this week, and I noticed immediately the benefits of it and the change in my body. I was a lot more alert. I didn't feel like I need to eat all day and snack on things all day, because I felt like I need to have something in my mouth. And I remember things. Yeah, remember I said I turned 54? I remember things. My memory was a lot more sharp too. So if it's something that you want to try, I do encourage you to go over to RC Natural Essentials and try a bag of their sea moss. And there are different ways that you can use it, but of course I did it in a gel. Thank you, Renee.
Okay. Thank you, Leah, for coming on. Again, you can go to RC Natural Essentials at bigcartel.com to actually purchase the sea moss. If you're on the stream today, I will be doing a giveaway at the end of the stream, but you can put in, if you buy 3 bags or more of the 6-ounce sea moss, you can put in 10 off. You will get $10 off for being part of the conference today. You can also access it from my link tree. So linktree.com/Monique M. West, and you can click on the first link, and that will take you to our website as well. Andromeda, I turn it back over to you. Thank you, and I'll see you guys later today.
Y'all have to remember to turn my mic back on. Thank you so much, Ronique, for that awesome presentation on sea moss. It looked like a lot of the ladies are definitely interested in learning more about that. So as Ronique shared, make sure that you stay until the end or come back, because she's going to be doing a giveaway at the end. So make sure that you're there. All right, we are getting ready for our first panel. Let me look and see if my sisters are ready. Okay, I see Kimberly Johnson. I see Ebony Hill. Leah, you can go ahead and exit the broadcast studio. I see Catherine. I see Coach Jasmine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like I'm missing someone. Who is missing? I'm going to start letting my sisters in. We are going to add Miss Kimberly N. Johnson to the stream. Yes, sis. Okay, I'm picking up Aaliyah vibes over here. Hi. All right, we're going to add Miss Ebony Hill to the stream.
Hey, ladies.
We're going to add Lakeisha Mosley to the stream.
Lakeisha.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi.
And Coach Jasmine.
Hello.
We are currently missing Keisha Kent. I am not sure where our good sis Keisha is, but we are going. Let me make sure she didn't chat me or anything.
Okay, Miss Jasmine.
No, I see you shining. I see you shining, baby. I said, she would tell me we should put on the spear. Okay.
Listen, y'all go ahead and get all these compliments in. I am loving all these sparkles, the glasses, these stripes. Miss Royalty with her
Come on,
as usual.
Right?
Looking gorgeous. Yes.
Love it.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Now, I don't know where Miss Keisha Kent is. I surely hope that she will pop in if she's able to join us as we continue. Oh, Carolyn said everybody looks gorgeous. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Listen, we are going to share these compliments because we know how amazing it is when women support each other and celebrate each other. So we are going to take a moment. Come on, hair. I thought that was too glam. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, like I said, hopefully we can get our sister Keisha Kent in here shortly. I know that we are right on schedule. Yes, we are. For the Redefining Sisterhood and Women Empowerment panel. So let me change our banner down there so y'all know where we are in the program.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, sisters.
All right.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Right. So this panel, guys, was really important because oftentimes we use the words women empowerment and sisterhood, and we sometimes find ourselves in areas where that is what the focus is, women empowerment and sisterhood. But as a leader, as a person who has hosted women empowerment events and who has just spent a lot of time talking with a lot of women, I have had women unfortunately come to me and tell me like, hey, I went to this event. It was supposed to be a women empowerment event, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, or I didn't feel embraced like I should have felt embraced. And so it's always disheartening for me to hear that, because I feel like it just makes my job a little bit more difficult when I'm trying to encourage women to come together. So I wanted us to use this panel to really just talk about what our experiences are like when it comes to sisterhood and women empowerment, and to shed some light on maybe some things that, people can do better. Maybe there's somebody on this live right now who is thinking about starting a tribe or a membership community or hosting an empowerment event. And maybe they just need to know, like, what is it that makes an event the best? How do I need to show up in order for women to really appreciate and value what it is that I have to offer? So we are going to really quickly, before we go into the discussion, I want to allow each of the speakers to introduce themselves. So our panelists are author Ebony Hill, event producer Lakeisha Mosley, qualified life enrichment coach Kimberly Nicole Johnson, Queens Zone Only founder Catherine Owens, certified life coach Jasmine Stokes, and diversity leader Keisha Ken. She's supposed to be here. I don't know where Keisha is. Hopefully she comes in. But let's go ahead and keep it moving. So just in the order of how everybody's showing up on my screen here, Kimberly, will you introduce yourself?
Hi, ladies. Good afternoon on this amazing Sunday. Everybody's fabulous, of course. My name is Kimberly Nicole Johnson, and I am a qualified life enrichment coach. I am also the author of Walking Without My Cane. And I'm a recent widow. Well, it's 4 years now. So I'm a recent widow, and I help women overcome adversity. I help women continue. I help women push. Right. I help women understand that there is a reason for the push. On the other side of the push is your promise. So I help women soar through, go through, so they can get through to the promise and the prize, right? So they can thrive. That's kind of in a nutshell what I do. So I'm a coach, I'm a mentor, I'm a mom. I have 4 grown sons, 12 grandchildren. So I am, I have programs and, all that good stuff. So just to make it quick.
Thank you, Kimberly. Ebony.
Yes, hello. And welcome to everyone, and hello to the panel. Good to see everybody. My name is Ebony Hill. I am an author, a speaker, and also a relationship coach. I am the author of How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married. And my mission is to let the ladies know that, yes, the struggle to marriage is real. It is all the way real. Everything you're feeling is authentic and genuine. But there's a roadmap. There may be some things we need to tweak along the way to get there. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help you reach your relationship goals. Also, I too am available for mentoring, just sisterhood. I'm really glad to be on this panel, in this particular panel, to talk about the beauties of sisterhood, because I firmly believe that we're better together. So I'm here. I hope to connect with some people that I don't know, and hello to those that I do know.
Yes, thank you, Ebony. Jasmine, yes. Coach Jasmine.
I was like, it is going in that order, but I was going in the order you introduced us. So hello, ladies. I am Coach Jasmine Stokes. You need these glasses, sis? All right, I'm gonna drop the link because I always support different sisters, right? That's what sisterhood is about. It's uplifting and supporting one another. So I will make sure I drop the link for one of my sisters in Chicago that made these for me, and they came with earrings, boo, but it was just doing too much, okay? For today only. But I am Coach Jasmine Stokes, certified life coach. I am in Clarksville, Tennessee. So what do? I am all about empowering greater in you, because greater is he that is within me than he that is within the world.
So I take people on the journey in life coaching of choosing you. I choose me as my brand. It is my first self-published journal, along with the t-shirts and all that, to empower you to make sure before you can do anything, before somebody can choose you, before that husband can choose you, that author Ebony is going to talk to you about, before that job can choose you, before your children can choose you, you have to choose you. So that is what my brand and mission is all about, is making sure you show up in the world how you feel on the inside, on the outside. So that is me. And I am with the Greater Me Consulting. So if you look me up on Instagram, you're going to have to find me under the Greater Me Consulting. All right. I'll pass it over to Catherine.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. So my name is Catherine Owens, and I am a certified event planner, and I also am the founder of Queen Zone Only. So it is a women empowerment organization, basically bringing women together to have fun, to share resources, and just to help each other thrive and push through, whether it be career-wise, whether it just be, like I said, for fun, just to let our hair down sometimes as well. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Catherine. Lakeisha.
Hi, my sisters. I am Lakeisha Mosley. I am chief blogger over at LakeishaMosley.com, which is a women's blog. I love to feature beautiful women and what they're doing in society, their communities, all over. I also have a podcast called Convo with Keisha, where I talk with many guests, from money whisperers to coaches. So it comes on every Sunday. My main job, I say, is my event management company called the LM Experience. There I am what you call the chaos coordinator, and now the digital event strategist for the LM Experience. So what I do in a nutshell is I help entrepreneurs and small businesses overstep the hurdles of distance by creating virtual experiences where they can showcase their products and services to the masses, all the while growing their brands and their bank account.
Nice. Thank you so much, ladies, for these amazing introductions. I know that everybody who is watching is looking forward to connecting with at least one of you, because that is definitely the goal, to leave this event with new connections, new relationships, new just inspiration to connect and collaborate with other women. So let's get into our discussion, sisters. I think it's really important for us, before we even start this whole event, is to let's define sisterhood. What does sisterhood mean to you in one sentence, Kimberly?
Sisterhood to me means supporting each other, loving on each other, having each other's back, pouring into each other, praying for and with each other. That was more than one sentence.
I think it was one sentence. You just had several things in there.
Okay.
You had some commas in there.
Okay, there we go.
All right. Thank you, sis. Ebony?
Sisterhood to me is support, love, acceptance, encouragement, and correction. But most of all, relationship.
Ooh, I love it. Jasmine?
That was good. So I had to think about this one. I was like, man, what is it, right? You think about if you have sisters, like your siblings, and I was like, so I came up with a definition. I like a full definition. So I said it is a bond between two or more women that is established in raw and authentic truths. Now that's key. Transparency, support, and encouragement. It is your duty in a sisterhood to help, never hinder, inspire, never discourage, and to always pray that you, her, us are in the will of God. That's sisterhood.
Amen.
Well, we thank you. Thanking you for the additional sentences, because they
I had to. I had a couple of commas and I had a period and another,
It's cool because it was necessary. Thank you, sis.
Yeah.
Catherine?
Okay, so sisterhood to me, basically, like Coach Jasmine, I believe it is a bond that is built between women, basically that are looking to grow and inspire one another.
Beautiful. Lakeisha?
Beautiful.
I believe sisterhood is just a collection of beautiful souls together for one common goal. And that's
that's good.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So listen, I have so many, so many words to share when it comes to sisterhood. But ultimately, when I think about sisterhood, I really just think about taking a walk into somebody else's shoes and understanding that your sister is a lot like you than you realize. We are all God's children in my eyes, so that is what makes us sisters. And we should always aim to treat each other the way that we want to be treated. To me, that's sisterhood. I am my sister's keeper. So thank you, sisters. Okay, so since we're on definitions, we also want to talk about women empowerment because, like I said, when we started this, there are a lot of women empowerment things. I actually have women who, like I said, email me and say, you know, you are so genuine, you're so authentic. I've come across a lot of different platforms and things, and you just, you know, you just seem like you care, you truly care. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to mind, when you think about women empowerment, what first comes to your mind? And we're going to go backwards this time. Lakeisha.
When I think about women empowerment, of course, producing a lot of those shows, I think of authenticity, but I think of it in a form of where it's relatable to your audience. So I can be authentic and I cannot reach Coach Jasmine, but I can be authentic and reach my friend Kimberly, my sister Kimberly. So I think it's about us connecting on a truth level to who we're speaking to.
That's right.
That's good.
Definitely.
That's good.
Okay, Catherine.
So when I think of women empowerment, I basically picture like spaces that are created by various women, basically filled with inspiration, building one another up, and just being able to be transparent with each other in those spaces and leaving no room for judgment or anything negative to be filled in those spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
ma'am.
When I think, I was like, okay, I see we moving. I was like, hey, I'm in the middle now. It's good to be in the middle. You know, when I think about it at first, if I can be honest, because we sit in that seat, I thought of myself, right? Because that's what we are supposed to do, and that's what we are challenging ourselves with doing on a daily basis. But when I think about it, I really think about realness. You know, so many platforms. You know, like you said, people are coming to you and they're like, "Oh my God, it's so many of us that are doing this," and we should, because we all have a tribe. We all are assigned to a certain group of people. But I just think of that realness, the truth. You know, so many people are lying and putting on to be something that they're not, you know, and it's all about a bag, right? It's just, you know, that's what the young ones say. I'm young, but you know, they're like, I'm securing the bag. Everything is about a bag. Women empowerment is not money. You know what I'm saying? This is passion. This is what you live and breathe. When you get up and you walk out that house in the morning, you looking for one woman a day to empower. When you in Walmart, Target, I'm a Walmart girl. Whatever your store is, you like, hey, you connect with that one woman. You feel good when you know you inspire at least one person a day. So for me, it's that realness. It's the truth. It's truth. If I can put it in one word.
Amen.
Listen, I'm saying amen. Y'all cue the ushers. We about to get it going. I'm getting excited. I don't know about the rest of the panel, but I'm getting excited over here. To me, women's empowerment is so important, especially amongst minority women of color. We don't have enough safe spaces, y'all. We need to be intentional about creating that safe space. We're filling a void, filling a gap with women's empowerment. Many of us have maybe home or origin issues that we didn't get enough love, or maybe we got it over here, but we didn't get it over here. So in this time when it's kind of like the year of the woman, right? We need to be proactive. So women's empowerment is about being intentional, about standing in your truth, about coming. I heard someone say being authentic, whoever you are, wherever you are, but it's a pushing into a positive way. I'll say She Wins Society was doing that for me. I was sitting on the sidelines, kind of watching, seeing what this group was about before I joined, but I saw this positive push, this positive energy coming out of this space. And I said, I need to be there because there's some goals and dreams that I have, but I need some help, like believing and achieving those things. So to me, that's really what women's empowerment is all about. Helping another sister win, push, and reach her dreams.
Yes.
Yes. Kimberly.
Well, you know, I was thinking about that question, and I have a really good sister friend. We are like really, really close, and she has a brand. And her brand, I was like, that is what it's about. It's me wanting for my sisters what I want for myself. Right?
Yes.
It's about me wanting to share, like Coach Jasmine says, with it being so many people fluffing and just doing it, but not called, no judgment, do your thing. But different when you know that you've been called to do something and not keep it to yourself. I wanna share my food. I want to share my plate. Right. That's empowering other women to be where I now stand, or where I moved from where I once was. So it's about me wanting for my sister the very thing that I want for me. Because what I want for me is all good now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Y'all see these comments popping up. Y'all have the comments on fire. And I love it. I love to see it. I think that everybody is in agreement with all that everybody has shared. And I definitely agree. Women empowerment for me has always been something that I would do whether I was or wasn't making money doing it. Because when I first started doing it, I wasn't making any money. And for quite some years, I wasn't really making any money. But I've always, before I even started a platform for women, I would send motivational quotes to just my friends. They can tell you, it was just always in my spirit. And I think Ebony might have touched on that, just how when you grow up in a certain way, or when you have this desire to have sisterhood, to have relationships, when you know what it's like to not feel supported, or to not feel like you belong or you're accepted or whatever it may be, then that is the driving force that causes you to say, okay, come on, sis, come be with me. Let me show you that you're loved. Let me show you that you're worthy. Let me show you that you're valued. Let me share some words with you. I know Shamar, whenever she does come on, she always, says that there was a time in her life when my messages that I was sharing with her were pushing her forward in her life, not knowing that at that time the messages I was sharing were just messages I needed to tell myself. And so how many times do we need to give ourselves pep talks? And we just keep it to ourselves? Like, give your sister the same pep talk, because just trust and believe. Women always tell me it came right on time. They always say, did God send you? I'm just thinking to myself, sis, I was telling myself that. I just wanted you to know too, just in case you're in the same space as I am.
Right.
So for me, that's women empowerment. Like Kimberly said, I can't say it any better. Wanting for my sister what I want for myself. So when I share positivity and joy and encouragement, it's not just for me, it's for my sisters. And so that, I think, is, in totality, we have all described what women empowerment should be and what it should look like in all avenues, in all areas of life. So thank you for that, ladies. So like I talked about earlier before we came on, or before we started this discussion, there are people who say, I'm going to women empowerment event. They genuinely go in and saying, I'm going to connect with other women. I'm going to support this woman who is hosting this event. And then sometimes they get there and they feel disappointed. One particular experience that was shared with me was a woman went to an event. She looking forward to meeting the host. At the time of approaching the host, she kind of brushed her off for somebody who she felt was more important. And so that was a letdown for her. And we're going to get into it later about how those interactions impact how she is now going to move forward in her life and interact with other women. But I wanted us to just kind of talk about that for a little bit. When you go to a women empowerment event, or if you're hosting an event, we can do both. What are your expectations, or what is it that you hope people to receive from your events? Either or, you can answer that question. We'll start with Catherine.
So whenever I attend an event, a women empowering event, I'm basically looking to leave feeling inspired. Like, I feel as though if a person is hosting a women empowering event, they should be looking to inspire women, whether, like I said, it be through their career, something personal in their life. Definitely, I would want to leave inspired. And when I'm hosting an event, I do look, I'm just genuine. I'm myself. Like, I'm happy. I'm ready to mingle with people, get to know people, connect with people. And really, and if I feel as though I can't really help someone, I definitely find someone that can help. So basically, if I can't connect with someone, if that's just not my area expertise, then I would definitely help connect that woman with someone who does, have expertise in that area. So basically just inspiration, genuineness, and just networking and connecting women is what I expect.
Awesome. I think we could all agree there. Ebony.
Yes. So when I attend an event, I expect basically whatever the expectations were of the event. If it's a lecture, I expect that. I'm a little different because I'm a people person, but I can also just be by myself. So to me, it's like depending on the vibe of the event, I can adapt, right? But my expectations are definitely to get whatever I'm paying for. Whatever they say they're doing, that's why I signed up. That's what I expect. I do expect it to be the atmosphere to be welcoming. I expect to feel like I belong when I get there. I'm not expecting anybody to come by and necessarily hold my hand throughout the event, but I am expecting to be treated well, right? So I don't want to go and feel like I don't matter. I'm like,
Right.
Excuse me. Yeah.
right. I'm better at home. I'm better at home. So if you come out, you spend your time and your money, you want to feel like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be. And I'm here to get this message and get encouraged. As a host, I would definitely hope to provide those same things. But then also one thing that I've learned is that I can't do it all. And I agree with Kat, you need help. And so I would say, depending upon the size of your event, but if you've got more than a handful of ladies at your event, you probably need a co-host or somebody to help move the event along so that people don't feel left out. But definitely connecting with ladies, saying hi, at least touching base with them at least once during the event, whether it's a hug or something, but you should go into the event as a host, ready to pour out, ready to leave that event empty, because you probably will be.
Yes. 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 Listen, so Keisha Kent has entered the chat, y'all.
Yeah.
This is here. Hey, sis.
Girl, you don't even want to hear my story, girl.
Wait a minute before you tell us. You have like a lot of feedback, so we can't really hear you.
All right, let me do that live and in living color, y'all. Help me out. I'm working on that thing. Let me see.
Okay, well, Keisha's getting. Say something, Keisha. Nope, we can't hear you now. I see your mouth moving. While Keisha's working on her sound, I'm gonna move on and let Kimberly answer that question.
Can you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. What are your expectations of women empowerment events, and or what do you hope people to get whenever you host women empowerment events, or both?
Okay, that's a great question. My expectations at an event is, like Ebony said, depending on the type of event I'm attending, I expect people to be who they. I don't want to say who they say they are, because maybe who they say. But I don't know. I shouldn't say that. But I expect people to be kind, right? To be supportive, to be genuine, to be authentic, to be courteous. To if you're having an about empowering women, then I expect to be empowered by you or the people at your event. And when I have an event, what I would like people to walk away with is feeling like they can literally do anything just from the small interaction that we've had. I want them to walk away ready to now. I want them to walk away feeling ignited. I want them to walk away feeling like you have to go see Kimberly Nicole Johnson. Now she is just, I want them to have a feeling they're going to run tell that person and that person, and just feel like they can do all things, because like Jasmine said, because he that is in us, we know the rest, right? So I want them to feel so empowered and so ignited that they just want more. And to also feel like I'm their sister, like that's my best friend. So just to feel that and leave an event with me.
Yes. Keisha, how we doing?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Oh, Keisha.
Try to go back out and come back in, Keisha. See if it'll, because you put the new set in, it might not be registering it.
All right. Jasmine, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. I think Kimberly was about to hit on it, so I'm gonna say it. When we go, we are expecting you to be who you have portrayed yourself to be. And I know you was like, no, I don't want to say that. I want to say that. No, we're gonna say it. We're gonna say it. You can be one way on the socials, and you have your mission and your vision, and you connected with them, you read up on them, you're like, yeah, I'm going to this event, and then you get there and you're like, this is not what I read about, or this is not what I was putting the emails about. This is totally, like you said, the person went and they didn't even want to speak to them, or how you can feel the energy when you get in the room and you're like, maybe I'm at the wrong. Is it y'all sure this is where? Oh, okay. And then you sit down and, a lot of people, they click up. And if the leader doesn't have the right spirit and energy, the click is off, right? And so to that person that went and it was like, oh, this person was more important. No, that person probably was part of the click and they want to just clicky. But when you're doing these events, my goal is everybody has to walk away with an actionable item. I have to make sure you're better when you leave than when you came in. So that is the goal. If you're coming to the event, is make sure, and Ebony said it, I'm going to pour, I'm going to be empty. I mean, you're going to be empty. If you've ever done an event and you did it right, you need about 2 days to recover afterwards. You're like, oh God, Jesus, I thought I was ready, but man, you have nothing, because everybody should have gotten a piece of you in there, right? And somebody got a little of your extra reserve. So I'm expecting to get there, and who you said you were and what you stand for, I need to see that. I need to feel that, and I need to walk away with that. And if I don't, I'm not following you no more. That's it.
Listen, keep it real, sis. Keep it real, sis.
Real out here.
I don't want us to hold back anything, because also the beauty of sisterhood is the fact that we all have differences in our perspectives and the way we speak and the way that we express things. So we need to be ourselves, and just understand that sometimes people aren't going to agree with you, and that's fine. But also understand that your voice has value. What you have to say has value. And also, this is a teaching moment. This is a moment for women to really be able to understand, like, this is what we're looking for. This is when we come into spaces with one another. This is how we want to feel. This is what we want to experience. And we only get better when we are effective communicators. Like, we have to tell each other what it is that we need, what we want, what we expect. That way we can actually give each other that. But if we're walking around like, not exactly sharing what we want to say or being less of ourselves, it doesn't allow for the authentic connections to happen. So no, don't bite your tongue, sis. I mean, I know you say what you need to say, but on this platform, you can still be Kimberly Nicole and say what you want to say. Okay.
Here we go, then.
She's trying to be good. It's Sunday. She's trying to be good. All right. Sunday.
So good.
So she said, "Say word." Okay. Keisha, can we hear you?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so since Keisha has entered the chat and she's a little bit late, Keisha, please tell us who you are and what you do really fast.
Okay, you all quick. Listen here, so I'm on Central Standard Time. Threw me all off. I'm thinking I'm getting in here early. I'm feeling good. Really kind of poking around, but let me just say this. So first of all, I am a wife. I am a speaker. I'm your author. I do a lot of training, diversity and inclusion. And the biggest thing that I know about what I do is God calls me to change spaces. And I know that when I show up, my energy changes spaces. So I believe in the power of relationships and that every relationship matters. And that when we show up as our authentic selves, transparency and all, that we can see and other people can see us, and then they will be able to show up and say, you know what? Wow, I went through that. That's me. And that's who I am. I live it out loud every single day, unafraid, and again, transparent in everything that I do. So thank you all for having me here today. I'm excited to be here early in my mind.
You right on time, sis. Right on time.
Praise God.
Listen. And that is, I shared, and when we started, we are at the mercy of technology. Things are going to happen. We're going to keep this thing rolling no matter what. Okay. So I'll start you with the next question.
Okay. That's all right. We're going to try to think. Lakeisha, did you answer the last question?
Lakeisha, I think you didn't get a chance to answer the last one. I think so.
No, I didn't answer. You want me to answer?
Go ahead. Looks like she's frozen.
Okay. Am I back?
There you go.
Stuff is happening in and out over here on my screen.
All right, we got you.
Let's see. Okay, I can see everybody. I don't know if I can
see and hear you.
Okay. Look, as soon as I said we're at the mercy of technology, look what technology is. Okay. So, Lakeisha, did you answer the last question?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Okay, go ahead.
I have a little different take on it. And I'm glad this is a safe space to be different. Because I've been on both sides and I've been behind the scenes on both sides. So for me, the take is a little bit different than most people. When I attend an empowerment event, I expect to get out of it what I put into it. Number one, I do expect the person to show up authentic. Be who you're supposed to be. Just be who you're supposed to be. But I also show up open. I show up willing to receive. And I make sure that the event that I'm attending is the right event. Sometimes, ladies, sisters, we attend events based off star status, and that ain't who we need to be talking to. That's not who we need to be getting words from. So I want to be clear when I say, I think the person hosting should do whatever they're supposed to do for the people that they are serving, but we got to make sure we show up to the right event to get what we need. If I am hosting or if I'm producing an event, when I attend, I don't expect to see the host. It's not something I expect to do. Now, if she passes, I'm like, my sister, I'm good. Hey, if she don't, I'm still good. Now, I don't expect her to stop. That is not what I expect her to do. But even in hosting, like Coach said, Jasmine said, I would be like, I need to express myself. I have given everything that is within me, but I have to make sure I'm showing up as my authentic, and then I'm showing up to serve the people who I'm supposed to be serving, because everybody in our audience is not for us. But we can always pick that out. And I think sometimes we get charged with that. When someone shows up, it's not a part of our target market or not a part of our audience, we get charged with not delivering, but it's really not the case. You weren't who I'm supposed to be serving anyway. So I just to kind of think about it different. Like, they need to give us what we pay for. They need to do everything they're supposed to do. But I want us to start thinking clearly, like, am I supposed to show up to this event? Is this my audience? Or am I going because I got 340,000 followers and I want to see if I can get a pick and I want to be in the feed? And I mean, I'm just being real. I just want us to do our due diligence too.
That's good. That's good. And I thank you for sharing that perspective of it, because that's important. That's really, really important. That you show up for the events that you really need to be at, like you said, because then you leave saying I didn't get anything. But I think Ebony was mentioned too. I want whatever you describe the event to be, but don't go to an event and they gave you the description, but you still looking for something different than what they told you was going to happen. So yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, so let's move on.
Andromeda.
Yes.
Andromeda. Can I just add something real quick to that?
Sure.
Along with being prepared as a guest, I think it's so important, ladies, that we remember we have to have a large amount of self-care before we host an event. So if
Mm.
you pray, you got to be prayed up. If I mean, I don't know what else other people do, but I pray. Okay. You got to be really like on target and on purpose. And sometimes, when you're planning, you're so into the details of the event that you forget to be spiritually prepared. You have to be physically prepared, emotionally prepared, and mentally prepared. So you've got to almost pour yourself out to be filled up to deliver. Because if you're not there, you're not going to have much to pour out. And I believe that is a recipe for disaster. So you've got to do what you need to do for you first.
Absolutely.
Pass the plate. They got to collect.
You said a lot.
Good stuff. Yes, yes. Okay, so moving on to the next question. Glenda says, an intend you have to ask yourself, what do you intend to get out of it? That's right, Glenda.
Know what you're playing.
All right. So, a lot of times we use the word, we hear this a lot, right? Sis. Everybody's calling everybody sis these days. You see the memes on social media, they start with sis. Sis just seems to be like the word whenever you are talking to another woman. However, is there a particular quality for you that or characteristic woman needs to have before you will call her sis? Is this something that you just throw around carelessly, or is there something you're looking for a woman to exude before you will say, this is my sister? And so I will start with Keisha on this one.
All right. Can you guys hear me good? All right.
Yes.
Good, sis.
Every time. But listen here, when I think of the word sis, I say sister friend a lot. And I think of when I'm going into that space and I'm saying sis, there's a connection there, first of all. There's a connection, first of all, and there has to be that connection. And I think about, it doesn't matter what race, what background, where we come from. Sis just says, I see you in my mind. And I think of the perspective where I show up and I can be all of me, but I'm allowing you, sis, to be you and show up in all of your powerhouseness as well. So again, I think when I say sis, there's a connection, whether it's online. I may have never met you in person. I probably have never met you. But Andromeda, when we first met each other, it was like we have known each other forever. But when you think of that connection, I think it's something natural that God gives us. And when we pay attention to that, using our discernment, we can see sis and we can feel sis and we can really show up for sis.
Right. Amen. Amen. Kimberly.
I think sis is that word is overused. And it's kind of at the same time, it's kind of like, hey girl, hey, in some situations. But for me to say sis, it's kind of like me saying queen. It's like, I think it's like a, how in tribes you have a call, there's a certain call. I have 5 real sisters. So I know what I'm like close to the bottom. And so I know what it means to be my sister's keeper. So when I say that, I'm saying it, and I feel like I'm delayed. When I say that, I'm saying it from the perspective of, I see you, right? Like I there's a connection. There's I'm saying it with nothing but love and encouragement. And so I kind of like, I've identified something in you. So now I'm gonna call you sis. Now, sis, sister, and sissy, that's a whole other conversation.
Well, break it down for us, sis. What's the difference between sis, sissy, and sister?
Well, so if I say sissy, like sissy is like you here, because I do have, like I said, so we say sissy, but sissy is like you, like you under the veil, right? You under the veil for sissy. Sister is like that's my sister, like this is kind of. I feel like it's sissy is the highest, sister's in the middle, and sis kind of like, I see you, I identify it. There's a common something there. So it's kind of like your sister is like you going up another notch with me, another level. Are you my sister? That makes sense.
Got you. Yep, it makes sense. It makes sense. Jasmine.
Yes. So for me, sis is a term of endearment. And it is actually something I give you until you take it away. So for me, in the socials and stuff, it's like sis, it's like queen. it is a way for me to,
Yes.
I guess, lend that hand to you, because you might be in a different space that you don't feel like you have a sis. You don't feel like someone would uplift you and, connect with you that way. So it's a way for me to connect. It's like, hey, I give you the trust until you take it away. I give you the title until you take it away. So for me, I can call you that, but then if you get into a seat of jealousy or hate or negative energy, because I just don't deal well with that, then you not sis. You're gonna be, hey Keisha, how you doing? And not you, Lakeisha, but and you'll notice it. It'll change. You'll be like, man, she don't call me sis no more. And then we'll have that conversation. Like, you're not acting like a sis, So for me, I give it to you until you take it away.
Yes, that is awesome. Catherine, how about you?
For me, just like Keisha said, I use sis when there's some sort of connection, usually, whether it be personally. I met you at church and we had a connection. I met you at an event and we had a connection, something really strong. I use Queen clearly. My organization is called Queen Zone. So I use Queen a lot. But yes, normally through a connection. As far as a characteristic for a woman, when I call her sis, it's really just that person just being who they are. Like, I feel like I can trust them. I feel like, we've created a safe space in our bond together. So yeah, basically through a really strong connection.
Absolutely. Lakeisha?
And I says, Keisha, I use it for one thing. When I walk in the room, I'm there. That energy, I bring into that room. You're gonna know that I'm there. I'm loud. I'm fun. I'm just coming. But in the way, if you're not real, you're gonna get from around me. And so then I don't have to disqualify you from this term. You just for yourself by your actions. That discernment that Keisha talked about and Coach Jasmine talked about. You connect with women like all of us understand to have that discernment. You get them around you. Like, you just won't even come around. Like Coach Jasmine said, you'll be like, hey Keisha, no, you won't even be around me. As far as the characteristics, a woman within itself will allow me to do this. But I think as we would begin to build the relationship organically, that sis has a different meaning. But I really agree with what Keisha said. I see you. You're my sister. I see you, and we're gonna be like that until it changes.
Yeah.
Good. I agree. I absolutely agree. Ebony.
All right. I want to add one more to my sister. I think you're my sister. Tell me after the show, Kim. But I'm going to add sister, SISTA.
Yes.
Because I believe when we come together that we are all queens, right? And if you look like me, you're my sister. Automatic, right? So for me, I probably use sis very liberally because I'm like, you're a sister, you're my sis. So I look at it like that. I love about it. You are what the coach said, until you disqualify yourself, right? But I've seen women light up when I've called them sis. Now it might be a lady in the store. She might be rocking something real cool. I'll be like, sis, that is cool. What you got on right there, But it's genuine. Whenever I exhibit, it's genuine. And I'll say the most important thing is I don't use sis, sister, sissy, none of those words to manipulate. And I think that's where we get the dangerous ground. When people say that to form a connection and it's not real. So even if I don't know you and I call you sis, I mean that, okay? It's just some automatic love. But again, every woman doesn't hear that. So your one sis might make somebody's day or week because they don't have positive people around them. So if they look at you as a fellow sister, sis queen, and one queen talking to another, you'll be like, sis, you're doing your thing. That might just make their whole entire day. So for me, I'm very, but that's my personality, right? I'm very giving with the compliments. I'm very giving with the love. But if you disqualify yourself, It'll just be like, how you doing? I might need to say your name. But I try to give people a chance. You know what I'm saying? But I think that we all have something so special inside of us. And it could just be, I was with a group of ladies the other day and they were taking a picture. The lady had something hanging out of her hand. I'm like, sis, your picture not going to be right. She was like, you know, this little stuff. So I don't take it as a really big gesture, but it has to be real when you do it.
It goes back to that connection. And even think of the word sissy. And because I am sometimes in a space where there's women and they may think that I'm their age and they're probably late 20s and they're saying sissy, I'm really cautious on, again, that energy and that connection because I'm not sissy. I'm not. I can be sis, but there's a way that you have to really make sure that you set that tone because, again, really understanding that energy and that connection trumps everything, and you'll feel that and you'll know when it's okay and when it's not okay. Really, truly.
Right.
Yes. Listen, I love all the different perspectives on this, which is important because ultimately what we're going to find throughout this entire event is that we all have different perspectives on things. We have a lot of similarities in some areas and differences in other areas, but that does not mean we can't connect through our differences. It just means that we see things differently and we see things differently based on our own perspectives. So for me, I use sis very liberally. I call, like Ebony and Jasmine, I call every woman I come in contact with for the most part sis until you've given me a reason to no longer call you sis. That's just how it is. So I want to move on and just ask everybody, what are some things, because we're talking about sisterhood and we're talking about how, you know, the expectations we have of other people. But as a woman, as a sister, what are some things that you intentionally do to exemplify sisterhood and to empower other women? For me, I know that it means so much when I can tell a woman is being thoughtful. Like when I get emails, just random emails from people telling me that, you know, they see my work, they appreciate my work. They didn't have to take time to sit down and type that email and send it to me, but they did it. So it means a lot when I see people do that. And when people do things like that for me, maybe at that time, I wasn't thinking about doing anything for anybody at the moment. Maybe I'm just like into myself and what I have going on. But whenever other women extend that type of love and support and grace to me, it's always a habit for me to pass it along. So if somebody sends me a really nice, kind email or text message, I have a habit of just sending that on, spreading that love on to someone else. So what is it that you do in your daily life that exemplifies sisterhood, that is an example to other women of what sisterhood should look like and feel like? We'll start with Kimberly.
But one of the things that I do, kind of hop on what you said, is first of all, I have moments, and I know all of the ladies in here who are coaches, where we have moments when, I speak for myself, when sometimes I feel like it's just not working. Like, God, why am I doing this? God, it's not. And in that, and whenever because again, I didn't, y'all know my story, most of y'all. I didn't choose this. Right? I was thrust into this. I was chosen. So sometimes I have moments of, why am I doing this? Is it even working? People tired of hearing about this or that. And then in that moment, God will always send a note, a word, a message. Someone, like literally in that moment, saying, Kimberly, I saw your live, I saw your story, whatever. You are helping me. Don't stop. And so in that is something that I need. And so I also pay that forward, because there are many times, many days that I get up and I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like being Kimberly. But because I know that it's not about me, I know that if it's just one, I would say this is one person. If I just touch one person today in a day, that for me is enough. So I'll pass that along, just showing up and being authentic. And I hope that feedback is not for me, because I hear it.
I'm muting everybody just to make sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I feel like I was talking over myself. But yeah, so that's what I do. Every day I just get up and I show up knowing that and remembering that my show up is not even about me. It's not what I want to do. It has nothing to do with me except my obedience. So, because someone needs it, just like we need it. So that's what I do. Now I can't hear Andromeda. You're muted. Andromeda, we can't hear you. Okay, there we go.
Listen, I don't ever need to mute myself because I will always forget to mute myself. Yes, ma'am, is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Okay, Ebony, let us know. And I need to unmute you, right? Because I muted you. I'm the one that muted you. Okay. All right. Sis.
All right, there we go. So for me, I think just really being intentional about what I'm doing as far as how I handle my other sisters, again, we all matter. I learned years ago, a saying from Mary Kay Ash that everybody has an invisible sign around their neck that says, "Make me feel important." And if we remember that we all have that need to feel important. And it doesn't mean you have to have unhealthy relationships with people. I believe being intentional and having healthy boundaries and healthy relationships is important. It's important to know that you can't call everybody all times of the night. But guess what? I can't either. So I'm going to have the same expectations that I put out for others of myself, right? I think we should be authentic, all of that, and vulnerable in the midst of that. So if I'm speaking to someone, I can keep it real. But if I don't share some of my junk, they don't understand that I've struggled too, because we've all met each other at this intersection in time, but we don't know how we got there. Right. So I'm going to pour a little bit of my junk on out, let you be, girl, I don't have it all together too. Not to down myself, but to be approachable, to be down to earth. Because sometimes I think we can get so up into who we are, okay, that we forget who we be. Can I say that? Who we be, y'all, but that's really where we connect with each other in that realness, and to check in on somebody. And I say all my life, right? All my life, I've been the woman that's going to call people. And I'm like, how come nobody calls me like I call other people? Well, in my maturity, I just realized that's my assignment. I do have folks that call me, but I'm the primary keeper upper, So guess what I do? I just keep on keeping up. Okay. Because clearly that's what I'm supposed to do. So I might send a text or send a call. How you doing? I'm thinking of you. Not all at the same time, but as the Lord puts it on my heart, I just do what he tells me to do. I can get stuck right here and get mad about the whole situation. See, I got other things to do. So let me go ahead and reach out to somebody. Reach out. I have a cousin that lives down south. She's going through with her mom. It's a whole big stuff. And I call her and she says, "Girl, what you said?" Me and her get together on the phone and we just laugh. And she said, "Cousin, I need to call you more." I'm like, "I need you to call me more." Like there's a connection. So when we pour out, we get back. And it don't really matter what direction it comes from. So I would say get out of your own head and just keep on doing what you're supposed to do, but be real, have boundaries, and be intentional when you do it.
Yes, sis. Yes. So good. So true. I love everything that you said. And it's really important that we do keep that mindset. I have to say, because sometimes we do get in that space of I'm calling everybody, nobody's ever calling me, or I'm always reaching out. My phone is empty. I don't have any hotline bling going on over here. And then it can put you in a negative space, whereas you need to stay in a positive space so you can continue to sow and continue to reap blessings. It's not about what other people can do for you all the time. It's about what you can do for other people, and trusting that what you sow, you're going to reap. God is my provider. That's how I look at it. And so whatever whatever I give, he is going to make sure that I get what I need. It's not about the people who I've given to giving anything back to me, because I will always get what it is that I am supposed to reap.
And if you start feeling some type of way, maybe that relationship needs to be examined. It could be unhealthy or imbalanced. So sometimes those indicators are there for us to reevaluate what's going on. But at the same time, if you are who you say you are, you got to operate. We all said that show up how you say you are. You do that behind the scenes as well as in front of the scenes too. So empowerment is not something you do when you have an event. It's either who you are or it ain't. Come on, somebody.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Amen. Okay, somebody passed the collection plate. All right, to stay on track with time, that is our time. But before we go, I would love for everybody on this panel to just drop one word of encouragement. Keep it to like literally 60 seconds or less. Of one word of encouragement for the ladies who are watching this live or watching the replay. What is it that you want to share with your sisters? 60 seconds or less. Keep it short. So I need to unmute everybody, probably. Okay, let me go around. Jasmine, I unmuted you. You should be able to go.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, I'm first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'm just gonna piggyback off of what Ebony was saying, and I'll just hit you with what I have to hit myself with to stay encouraged and empowered. To whom much is given, much is required. So keep your eyes focused on the assignment that you said yes to. So when you feel like who's thinking about me, just remember God's thinking about you, and He's gonna send you what you need, not on time, but right on time. So just stay focused and keep pushing. And I'm gonna pass it to the next one.
Thank you, sis. Whoever wants to take it next.
I'll go next.
Go ahead, Kim.
I'll jump in.
Okay, I want to encourage the ladies to remember that your story has nothing to do with you. It's not your business. You are the student that God has chosen to teach those that you are called to serve. So you must continue, even when you don't want to. You have to push, persist until something happens, and just don't forget that people are waiting. They're praying for you. They said a prayer about a thing that you've been called to serve. So you must continue.
Yes, ma'am. Whoever wants to go next. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll jump in. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, fabulous. The first thing I'll say is this: speak life into what you want. The word tells us that life and death is the power of our tongues, and they that love it shall eat the fruit. Whatever it is that you're speaking on is what you are going to receive. The energy that you want somebody to give you, give them that same energy. Support your sister. Support your sister. Support your sister. Quit talking about somebody's not supporting you, and take time and support somebody else, and put that energy that you would like to see receive into somebody else. And then remember to show up as your authentic self, natural hair in corporate America, speaking your truth and living it out, knowing that things will change the moment that you make a decision to say, this is what I want, and put it on that vision board, speak it and do the work, and know that nothing's happening unless you do the work.
Yes. Drop the mic. Who's next?
I can go. So I just want to say to everybody that remember that sisterhood and women empowerment is not a competition. We all have our own journeys, our own lane, and there's space for everyone to be able to do what it is that they need to do, want to do, and just stay encouraged. Even if the road looks gloomy or dark, just remember there's always light at the end. So just stay encouraged. And I love you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think we got Ebony and Lakeisha.
I'll go next. I just want to say that, especially with an event like this, that sister, that you are not a machine. Okay, you are a woman. You have a full life in addition to your business or whatever other endeavor you're doing. Learn from each other. You do not have to have everything all figured out to move forward. You can do it, though. You can do it. But ask for help. Ask for help. Go online, YouTube, whatever. Reach out to this She Wins community. You can do whatever it is your mind is on, whatever you're setting out to do. And it's possible. So I would just tell you to continue to go for it. Don't quit on your dreams, but you do not have to have it all figured out today. It's a reason that the word process exists, right? But you can do it.
Yes, Ebony, thank you. Keisha, close us out, sis.
I remember this meme I saw, and I was going through a storm. Andromeda, one of your emails came through, and it really helped me. But right after that, I saw a meme that said, the teacher is always silent while the student is taking the test. If you feel that God is silent, that's because you're going through your test. You just keep praying. One of my favorite scriptures is 1 Thessalonians 5:16 through 18. It is to always be joyful. Never stop praying. Never stop praying. Be thankful in all circumstances. And I want to leave us with that, to just I know it may seem quiet, but he's there and he's listening. And you got all of us here. We praying you through it as well.
Amen.
Hey.
Always.
Yes. Redefining
Amen.
Sisterhood and Women Empowerment panel. Y'all definitely came and brought the heat. I'm so thankful for everything that you all have shared today. We look forward to seeing you in the comments if you are available. I know everybody is busy. Ladies, make sure that you follow each of these women on Instagram. Take their names down so you can find them on Facebook. Connect and collaborate and work and win together. Thank you so much again, ladies. We are going to move into our next segment. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Be blessed.
Thank you. Bye, ladies.
All right, ladies.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. How was that? How was the Redefining Sisterhood and Women Empowerment panel? Drop some love in the comments. Drop your thoughts in the comments. I have definitely been seeing your comments come up as they have been talking. So I know that you all are inspired and encouraged. We have so much more coming for you the rest of this event. So we are going to move into our next virtual vendor. That is Melina Sadler. She's going to come talk to you about the Journey to Self masterclass. So I am moving Melina in and passing the mic to her. Hey, Melina.
Hey, Andromeda.
All right, sis, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you first and foremost to She Wins Society for allowing me to do this, for creating this wonderful platform of women. Amazing sisterhood. I've been a part of this group for about 4 years now, and I do not regret it at all. You know, if you're not a member, definitely become a member. We are all here for you. For those of you that know me, hello again, Melina Sadler. For those of you that don't, I am a licensed mental health counselor in the state of New York and Connecticut. I am also a coach. I focus on clarity and mindset with women, mostly working with women of color at the moment on sexual trauma. I work with survivors as I am a survivor myself. You know, I've always had a passion for mental health, especially in the Black and Brown community. As most of you probably know, there is a stigma against mental health in our community. A lot of people do not see the need for therapy. I've also come across a lot of Christians that don't feel like therapy is for them because they have God. And I just want to let everyone know that those two things can still go together. One doesn't, you know, take out the need for the other. I do think that therapy is something everyone can benefit from, you know, even if it's just having someone objective to process information, things that maybe you've gone through. You know, it's not easy to talk to our family and friends about every little thing that goes on in our life. So just having that additional support is definitely needed. And women like myself are definitely here for you. Whatever you go through, you know, we are here for you. So, like I said earlier, I am a survivor of sexual assault. I was assaulted twice as an adolescent, and I always knew that I wanted to go into the helping profession. I knew that I wanted to be a therapist. I just didn't know what population I wanted to work with. As I got older and I, you know, followed my own journey of healing and restoration, I decided, you know, this was a population that needed extra support. So I definitely started reaching out. I started talking about my story. I was very, very scared to talk about my story. I was very scared to disclose my story to my family, you know, out of fear of judgment, fear of retaliation. But I was able to finally do it. And I found that the more I talked about my story, the more women started coming forward and letting me know that they've had similar experiences and that they needed someone to talk to those things about. So I decided to work with this population. And that's how this class, Journey to Self, came about, because I wanted to teach women about the process of becoming whole again. You know, after experiencing something so traumatic as sexual trauma, it's very common to feel unworthy. You know, relationships can be very difficult. I know myself, I had very mixed messages in relationships. I went looking for love in all the wrong places. I ended up in a lot of toxic situations, not just romantically, but just interactions overall with the people around me. And I realized I was trying to fill a void. And I realized at some point, like, that is not the way I should be living my life. So my masterclass is actually focusing on healing and restoration. We're going to be focusing on mindset. Mindset is very important. We tend to have these roadblocks that stop us from doing everything we need to do in life. So we're going to be focusing on mindset. We're going to be focusing on the toxic things in your life, whether it's people, places, or things, just how to remove that from your life so that you can refocus on your goals. We're going to be addressing trauma. It's very important to address your trauma. A lot of us go through life just trucking along, trying to be strong, trying to be independent. We don't need help from this person. We don't need help from that person. We do need to support each other. We definitely need to come together and do what we need to do to get what we need out of life. We can definitely shape our life to be whatever we want it to be, but we need people to help us get there. We cannot do it alone. You have God, you have family, you have friends, you have professional support, you have colleagues, you have so many people in your life that can fill those gaps of support. And I'm one of those people that are here to help you do that. Another thing we're going to be focusing on in this class is ways to best manage symptoms of depression, anxiety, and PTSD, which are three of the main common diagnoses that people that experience trauma go through. So we're going to be talking a little bit about managing those day-to-day struggles, those symptoms that pop up, panic attacks, stuff like that, the nightmares, the flashbacks, the trust issues, because we have a lot of trust issues when experiencing trauma. And one thing I really wanted to include in my class is the practice exercises. I felt like that was really important to incorporate. That way I can ensure that you leave my class with one or two things that you can do right away and implement into your life right away to start your healing journey, to start feeling some level of relief. I know with COVID and everything going on, a lot of things are exacerbated. So I definitely want to make sure people have tools to work on those things day to day. So if any of this speaks to you, if you are a survivor of trauma, if you're dealing with depression, anxiety, PTSD, if you need additional support, I am your girl. The class will be happening Saturday, November 7th, and it will be happening in the evening hours as I wanted to be able to accommodate moms and, just people who work on the weekend. So Saturday, November 7th, 7 o'clock, it'll be about an hour and a half. We'll be doing a lot. So I'm definitely jam-packing a lot of information into my class. So I hope that you all can find benefit in that. The tickets are being sold currently right now on Eventbrite. And you can search for it under Journey to Self Masterclass. Make sure you're under the online events tab, or it won't pop up. If it thinks it's a physical event, it won't pop up. Or, if that's too challenging, you can definitely just follow me at Cultivated Truth on Instagram. You can send me a DM. There's also a link in my bio where you can get tickets for this event. And as another thank you for She Wins Society giving me this platform, the first 2 women that send me a DM with the word restore, I will give 10% off for this class just as a thank you for trusting me and for giving me this platform. And I hope to see you guys soon. Bye. You're on mute.
Always. I am always muted. Okay, am I unmuted
Yes.
now? Okay. Listen, thank you so much, Melina. If in case you did not get that, look down at the bottom at the banner that is scrolling. You'll see Cultivated Truth on Instagram. She's giving 10% off the first 2 ladies who DM her the word restore for the Journey of Self Masterclass. Thank you so much, Melina, for taking your time to share with us today. And we are going to move on to our next panel. Bye. All right, y'all. Are y'all ready for the next panel? Listen, we are moving into identifying what causes the breakdown in sisterhood and how we can collectively improve panel. We are getting deeper into this discussion about sisterhood and women empowerment and what we can individually do and collectively do to make this world a better place for all of us. So I am going to go ahead and start adding in our speakers. For this panel, we have Dominique M. Williams, Robin L. Govan, Maisha Gabriella, Kim Roberts Henderson, Robin Robbins, and Linda Ori. Hey, y'all. Hey.
Hey.
I am so excited. Everybody is here and ready to go. All right. So, really quickly, y'all, I'm going to introduce you to our speakers. We have personal growth strategist Linda Array, licensed psychologist Dr. Robin Gobin, life empowerment coach Robin Robbins, the spiritual boldness coach Maisha Gabriella, Woman Unbreakable founder Kim Roberts Henderson, and empowerment coach Dominique M. Williams. Again, give these ladies a nice welcome. We are going to get into this topic. So this topic is really important to me because we talked about earlier about, if some of us said we call women sis, off the bat. And we said that, if there are certain situations where we have to take sis away, that may come up. So we want to talk about what actually causes us to stop calling another woman or another sister sis. What causes the breakdown in sisterhood often, and what can we collectively do? What can we individually do as women to ensure that we are building strong relationships with other women and maintaining strong relationships with other women? And then what can we collectively do in order to just be the best examples for women when it comes to sisterhood? So before we start the discussion, I would love for each of the panelists to just briefly introduce themselves, tell you a little bit more about who they are. And so we'll start with Miss Maisha Gabriella over there looking beautiful.
Hey everyone, I am Maisha Gabriella, the spiritual boldness coach. I am a wife. By day, I am a professional school counselor to my little babies. They're my heart. I'm also a nationally certified counselor. And with my platform, Maisha Gabriella, I help Black women invest in their spiritual journeys so that they could take their requests boldly to Christ and also heal for their families. A lot of times we as a strong Black woman, we're busy taking care of everyone else and we neglect to take care of ourselves. And it gets to a point where it's gotten extremely too hard and we feel like we're falling on our face. And that's when we need to take it to God. We need to actually take it to Him beforehand. But I found that for myself, it's only when I felt like I couldn't do it anymore that I heavily rely on God in my relationship with Him. And that shouldn't be the case. I should be invested in my relationship with Him at all times because He can help me through all things.
Amen. All right, Kimberly, or Kim Roberts Henderson, rather, will you please share?
Hello, ladies. You all look beautiful. I know that we have the deep topic about sisterhood and breakdown, but I just wanted to acknowledge you, ladies. You look awesome. I'm Kim Roberts Henderson, and I am the founder of Woman Unbreakable. By day, I am a licensed social worker. I work at NYU. I'm a medical social worker. I am also trained in the area of grief, loss, and bereavement. I'm also trained in depression, anxiety, you name it. I like to think of myself as a catalyst of change. I like to create empowered spaces where women can just transform their mindset and just release all limitations and step into their greater self. So that is me in a nutshell. Hello.
Thank you, sis. Robin Robbins. Oh, you're muted, sis. You're muted. Okay, start that over.
Okay. Hi, ladies. How are you? I'm so honored to be here with all of you. And hi to all of the sisters out there. I'm Robin Robbins, founder and CEO of Robin Robbins Enterprises, where I serve as a serial entrepreneur. But my main function, and although we have a lot of different vehicles in which our purpose show up, in everything that I do, I equip, I empower, and I liberate. And so I'm affectionately referred to as the midwife because in everything that I do, I'm empowering, liberating, and equipping women to give birth to new life in their goals and their dreams. And I do this by way of identification, healing, inner healing specifically, and a plethora of other things in order for their womb to be in the environment, in the space that is necessary to give birth. So thank you all so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robin. I'll move up to Dominique. And she is muted. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Dominique M. Williams. I'm an author, coach, speaker, a mom, and I'm also the editor-in-chief of the She Wins Society blog. And it's a pleasure to be here before you on this Sunday.
Thank you, Dominique. Robin. Okay, got it.
Hello, ladies. Hi, my name is Robin Gobin. I am a psychologist who specializes in Black women's mental health. I really focus on helping women to prioritize their mental health as well as their self-care and do it in an active and an unapologetic manner. And so a lot of my work is centered around, as a psychologist, helping people to overcome past trauma and other issues, barriers that get in the way of them caring for themselves through self-care or engaging in therapy. I'm also a meditation teacher and an author as well. And so excited to be here and share this platform with you ladies, and welcome.
Thank you, Robin. Linda.
Hi, ladies. Happy Sunday. You all look so gorgeous, and just really happy to be here. I am Linda Ray Quenty. I am a personal growth strategist. Also a nonprofit consultant. I help people take their ideas to a fully functioning nonprofit organization. I'm also the president of a women's organization called Women in Leadership, Development Empowerment. Yay to the wild ladies that are watching, and really just help women that are ready to commit to personal and professional development attain fulfillment, because I believe the ultimate goal in life is to live in fulfillment. Whether you are chasing money, relationship, whatever it is, the ultimate goal is to live in fulfillment, and that's what I help women do. And I'm also a captain in the Air Force, so when I'm not wearing 6-inch heels, you will often see me in combat boots. I'm the chief financial officer here at Dover Air Force Base, and my most important ministries is my home. I'm a wife and a mother to 2 beautiful and highly energetic girls, 4 and 3. So if you see a foot in this video in just a minute, just know that nap time is over. I'm just happy to be here with you all.
I love it, Linda. We're gonna try to get finished before nap time is over, because I know your girls and they are coming in hot. They are coming in hot. Okay, so let's get into these questions, y'all. What do you think is one of the biggest reasons women struggle to connect and collaborate? And I'm gonna throw this right to Dr. Robin Gobin.
Yes, so I think one of the main, the biggest reasons why people struggle to connect and collaborate, more so focusing on the collaborate piece, is this idea of us all being very strong Black women. And so sometimes I think that strength it teaches us to say, I got it. I don't need anybody else. I can do everything myself. And sometimes that's motivated by past hurts that we've had. We trusted other people. We've relied on them and they have not come through for us, particularly other women. And so that is a huge challenge. And so we build up these walls and we're like, well, okay, if I can't depend on other people, then I'll just have to do it all of myself. And so what is great about that is that I think that it helps us to be creative in our problem solving. It helps us to figure out a lot of things that maybe we wouldn't have been pushed to do before. But a downside to that is that we can quickly burn out if we don't collaborate with other people, because we're really just kind of burning ourselves into the ground sometimes, trying to do it all, be all things to all people, and we're not showing up as the best version of ourselves. So I would say that's one thing, is this kind of I got it attitude that has been motivated by maybe being hurt or being let down in the past.
Okay, absolutely, sis. I can definitely speak to that. I have been a one-woman show for a lot of years for that reason, for just from being disappointed, from being let down. So I just want to testify that you're absolutely right. I have been that woman who is, I'll do it myself. I don't need any help. I don't need to collaborate. I can just get it done because other people are going to disappoint me. They're going to let me down. Or that whole, it's just better if I do it myself. That's the only way I can ensure that it gets done right. I've been that person. And like you said, it leads to burnout. It definitely leads to not being able to elevate the way that you could if you were to bring people on and have people to help you. So I love that you said that. I'm so grateful to be beyond that point in my life. So for anybody who is listening to this and you're currently in that space, like, I don't want to get help because I don't want to be disappointed. I don't want anybody to let me down. I'm here to tell you there's a way forward beyond that. You don't have to stay in that place. And I'm also here to tell you that on the other end of that is definitely more growth and more elevation and more joy. So I'm gonna come back to you on that, Robin, so you can tell us how can we get past that. I'm gonna jump this to Kimberly, or I'm gonna call you Kimberly no matter what, girl. Kimberly Roberts Henderson. It's just gonna come out that way no matter what I do.
It's all right, sis. It's all good. You know, and I definitely agree with Dr. Robin. I think that for me, it points to insecurity. I think that oftentimes, because of our lived experiences and things that we have been through on our journey in life, a lot of us are dealing with a whole lot of insecurities that oftentimes it gets in the way of us actually collaborating and connecting with other women out of fear somehow that they would maybe outshine us or outdo us, or, you know, different things like that. I think that sometimes gets in the way. So I think for me, what I would say, in addition to what Dr. Robin said, is that insecurity as a result of our lived experiences, our self-doubts, and the negative self-talk that we often are under.
True. Very true. We'll take it to the other Robin. Robin R.
Yes, honestly, the ladies have said it all. From my personal experience, though, it's definitely, for me, I find is rooted in actual experiences, stemming all the way, tracing all the way back to even relationships with our mothers, whether mothers were emotionally available, not emotionally available, or maybe abandonment and rejection from them either having addictions or whatever the case may be. Or in my case, you know, my mother even passing at a very early age when I was 6. So sometimes when you do not have that that model, if you will, or that figure to kind of like model and show you what those interactions look like, what's okay, what's not okay, and all that good stuff, it tends to bleed over and come out in several different ways. And my whole thing, and y'all probably gonna hear this a lot throughout the panel, is that the things that we do not confront and heal bleed into our life and in our businesses. And so in terms of collaboration, partnerships, whatever you want to call it, if there are places within you and or within relationships that you have not confronted, that you have not taken the opportunity to actually walk through and heal, it's definitely going to show up and in your business and how you interact with others. So I would say overall, it's the unhealed place, the unresolved place, that the thoughts, the actions, the patterns, the behaviors, the speech flows from, in terms of interaction with one another.
That's good. That's so good. I am going to go ahead and allow Linda to answer that question.
Yes, I think for me, the big thing is ego. Okay, some women are incapable of coexisting in a space where they're not the top performer. And that's a fact, because I've seen a lot of times where you see a woman comes in and they're just there as spectators, not contributors, not sisters. It's not a collaboration. I just want to see what's going on. And, you know, and that brings a lot of disconnect when your intentions are not pure. And I know you started the session, you know, the whole event today by saying that you had to realize at a point that you cannot do it all by yourself. We are expert and so talented in so many things, but we're not expert in everything. So as women, you need to be able to realize that I need help in certain areas. But there are certain women that are incapable of embracing those areas that they need help in. And I promise you, they would rather lose an arm than ask for help just because they want to keep putting this facade like it's all good. But I'm like, sis, it's not all good. You need help, and you need to be able to open your mouth and speak it so you can grow, because it's all about sharing and growing together. But ego is such a toxic and big thing that is really inhibiting women to collaborate. It's inhibiting women to create together. It's inhibiting women to connect. It's inhibiting women to grow. So when we enter spaces like She Wins Society, when we enter spaces like Other Women's Network, you need to let it all down. Bring that ego down. Show up like, the day you entered Earth. Show up authentically, because, my personal pastor, Pastor Nancy, she says, you know what, sis? You got to show up authentically, because God cannot bless your unauthentic self. God knows who he created. You don't have to be nobody else. We got to let it down, because when God sends those blessings, it's to bless your authentic self. So why do we try to put on this facade or try to be this social media person? And then when we're suffering in the back, we got to let the ego down. So when we enter spaces like this, we can collaborate. We can love on each other. We can say, sister, I need help, and be okay with it. That's how we grow. And that's how we break from the disconnect.
Yes, Linda. Oh my goodness. So good. So good. So good. I want to say, somebody asked a question, and sis, Glenda, save that question. Okay. Save it for the end. We're going to do a Q&A. I know we didn't get a chance to do a Q&A for the first panel, but we plan on doing Q&As at the last 15 minutes of each of the rest of the panel. So hold your question and bring it back when we get ready to do Q&A. That's so good, Linda. Okay, we're going to move to the next question, and that is, have you ever found yourself distancing yourself from other women? So, like I raised my hand earlier and said that, yes, I have struggled with collaborating because I have been disappointed in the past. So I had to overcome that. I've also distanced myself from other women in the past because of bad interactions, negative interactions, that I allowed myself to just put all women in one category for. So, that person hurt me, that person hurt me. So all women are crazy. All women are going to hurt me. All women have some ulterior motives, whatever it is. I've experienced betrayal and all those things. And so I am, for a short period of time, well, I won't say short, I will say at least a couple of years of my life, I did distance myself from other women, just to avoid being hurt again in the future. So have you ever found yourself distancing yourself from other women? Why was that the case? And what have you done, or what do you do to avoid, making that be so broad to where you're distancing yourself from every woman? And so I'll start with Dominique for that one.
Okay. So I would definitely say I have found myself distancing myself from women due to betrayal, like you said, or lack of reciprocity. So it's like, if I scratch your back, I would like you to scratch mine as well. But a way to overcome putting everyone in that category is just having healthy boundaries with each relationship and categorizing them as such. Like, some people are not your friends or someone you can call every day. There may be acquaintances, associates, and then people who you can categorize as your friends, who will scratch your back, who will look out for you, who will send you those messages to check up on you when they haven't heard from you. So I would say just giving grace to women and also forgiving easily. I know for me, sometimes that's a struggle, but we have to forgive because we've been forgiven, and also extending grace to other women as well.
I'm gonna stop muting myself. Thank you for your honesty and transparency, Dominique. I love all that you share, because it's just honest. And some of us are still working. Like you said, we're still working on forgiving, and we're still working on extending grace, and we're still working on not allowing, one experience to affect all of our experiences. So I appreciate you sharing that, because that's very real. And I know some people, Nikki said, that's so profound, Dominique. Some of us are still dealing with that, but it's awesome that you're here because you are showing women too that you can overcome that. You can get to a place where you recognize that it's more beneficial for me to extend grace and to forgive and to keep putting myself around other women than to isolate myself and keep distancing myself, because it's kind of hard to win in that space.
Definitely.
All right, let's move to Maisha.
Hey, so I listened in briefly to the previous panel, and we talked a lot about sis, like calling everyone sis. And I think we, as especially Black women, we would like to be cool, cordial with all sisters, like supporting each other. But the truth of the matter is, we just don't vibe with every single person that we come in contact with. And so for me, if our energies are not aligning, then I might have to distance myself, because I've struggled a lot with just trying to mesh with every single person and knowing that our energies don't align, but still trying to, support this person or keep in contact with this person. And it ended up hurting me in the end. And so because I've been working extremely hard with just protecting my energy, protecting my space, protecting my peace, it's very difficult to know that I can't vibe with everyone, but I have to put myself first. And so if it's making me anxious, if it's making me feel some type of way, if I feel like I got to walk on eggshells around a person, like I can't be my true authentic self, like being blunt and getting you together, then we're gonna have to, hey sis, your outfit cute, but that's about it. Like keeping it very, very generic. Like not saying that I can't comment my sister over here. If she look good, she look good. I'm gonna tell her. But it just might be that we can't be on the same wavelength when we're talking about certain things. So for me, like if our energies aren't aligning, if I'm a very observant person, and so if I'm at an event, I'm gonna be pretty low key, quiet, and I'm watching people, and so if I see someone, I'm like, oh, okay, she looks like we on the same wavelength, and I might go and get out of my introverted self and speak with her. But then you see some people, and we've all seen it. Some women, they just they're not like you're not vibing with them. Something about them isn't sitting right with you, and so you have to make that decision. Am I going to protect my peace, protect my energy, or am I going to just ignore all of the things that matter most to me just for the sake of saying that I'm connected with this person right here?
Listen, yes. Yes to all of that. I could not agree more. I see the other speakers nodding their head. The comments are coming through. You're absolutely right, sis. I'm glad you touched on that as well, because we aren't everybody's cup of tea. We are not always each other's cup of tea, and that's okay. I think that's the one thing also we have to understand, to not take it personally when we aren't somebody's cup of tea, and to not look at people like they're bad people because we don't have the same energy. Just, you're not my person. Maybe you're not a part of my tribe. And I think we all do belong to certain tribes, and we vibe with certain people in certain ways, but it's just okay if that doesn't happen. Because I've been there too. As a person, we're all in this women empowerment space. And so sometimes we do feel like we have to be everything to everybody, but it is draining. And it takes away from you being able to really give to the people who are meant for you. So I think even we talked about that earlier on the first panel about, you host an event, you provided a description of what the event was. Maybe that person didn't read the description. They had came in with different expectations. Now they're leaving the event saying, I didn't get what I thought I was going to get, or it wasn't a great event. But it's not because you did anything wrong. It's just because they weren't the person you were supposed to serve in that moment. So it is important for us to just know, as sisters operating in the sisterhood space, that we may not always vibe with one another. We have different interests, different energy, different talents, different skills, different perspectives. And that's just okay when we come into spaces and we don't mesh like that. It's fine. We're still all cool, good people. It's fine. So thank you for that, Maisha.
You're welcome.
All right. So I would also like to ask Robin that question.
Yes. Now, Andromeda, you know that I have struggled with this so hard. So I'm about to light it up, right? I'm about to go there. So there are so many different variables when it comes to this. Me personally, being a New Yorker, having a very strong presence, something that I did not ask for. This is just who I am. I have come into contact with attack after attack after attack just because of the way I look, the way I sound, the way I speak, the way I carry myself. I've been told I am too much, you're too much, it's too much, it's too much. And oh, this and this and that. And I'm just being my authentic self. So like my Isha, and like you also said, Andromeda, I think for me, the one thing that I had to do was not learn how to not take it personal. And not because I used to literally tear myself apart. Oh my God, it was so bad. It became self-loathing just because it felt like everywhere I went, there was no space that I fit in. So I'm specifically speaking to the sisters out there that you're so different that if they could create a box, it still wouldn't match the color that you are, the colors that you have on the inside of you, right? So, in understanding that, not taking it personal, not to tear yourself apart, not to self-loathe, but really, really love yourself. I'm talking about love every part of you and understand that who you have been specifically created to be is for somebody out there. And I just had to learn not to take it personal. I had to recognize this one thing right here, and then I'm done. When you truly know who you are in terms of your identity, and when you get a hold to the purpose that's been predestined on the inside of you, you understand that everything about you, everything you went through, down to even your looks, is curated for a specific predestined audience. Don't get caught up in what everybody else got and who everybody else attract or who everybody else vibe with, right? That's none of my business. I know that I'm not for everybody. See, now I can walk boldly in that. I know I'm not for everybody, and I'm okay with it. I'm cool. But those who hear the sound of my voice that I'm called to, it's going to happen for them. And that's just it. So I had to not take it personal and learn who I am. And I'm just so grateful for that process of loving myself and releasing and forgiving the hurt that I received through the rejection and abandonment and different experiences from women who was just like, you know, go on, you know, because they do that. They'll shoot you.
Listen, yes, that's all I can say. I just want to say that for me was a life-changing moment too, Robin. The moment when I realized that I wasn't for everybody and that was okay, and that who I am is going to attract who I'm meant to attract, period. Like, I don't know who said it early on, but just, you know, God created you for who you're supposed to attract, who you're supposed to impact, who you're supposed to teach, who you're supposed to help, who you're supposed to serve. And so I just truly believe that being your authentic self is key to winning in all areas of life, because you just can't lose. If you're being anybody different than yourself, then you can't truly expect to attract your best friends, your soulmates, anybody who is really meant for you, because you're showing up as somebody who's not who you are. So if you're being a fraud, you're gonna attract fraudulent people, or you're gonna attract people who are attracted to the person you are pretending to be. And it's never gonna work, because you're gonna be unaligned. Like Maisha talk about, alignment is really important. So you have to make sure you're in alignment with yourself and good with yourself, so that you can attract people who are gonna love you for you. And that was life-changing for me too, sis, because I too tried to fit into spaces and boxes that were never going to be right for me. And I found myself upset and disappointed and discouraged. And that's where I started to say, you know, all women are crazy. No, not all women are crazy. I just put myself around women who weren't my people. They didn't understand me. Once they found out who the true me was, they got to see the true me. We both realized, no, we're not in alignment. We're not the same type of people. So that's so true. That is so true. Danica said, no one is you, and that is your power. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. Okay, I am going to move on to the next question. And the next question is, do you think that women can be too quick to cut each other off? And what actions justify cutting someone off, in your opinion? And I'm going to ask that to Maisha.
So I definitely think that we are too quick to cut people off. A lot of times it's easier for us to just cut someone off rather than having a real grown woman conversation about it. You know, and like no one really likes confrontation. I don't know if I've met anyone that enjoys confrontation. And it's a lot easier for us to just say, well, she did this, or she knows she shouldn't did this, or she know I'm said this or feel this way, rather than for us to have a conversation with them. And so instead of us taking the time to say, you know what, she really did piss me off. I don't want to talk to her, but I'm gonna be a grown woman and have a conversation and say, I feel or I felt this way when you did this. And a lot of times, if we have those conversations, we're pointing the finger, well, you did this and you did this and you did this, and we're not taking a look in the mirror to say, what did I do or what did I say to make them feel this way, or what could I have said or done differently? Now, I do feel that there are some justifications to cut someone off, because if you are, you know, grown enough to have that conversation with the person, you've expressed yourself without disrespecting them. They've expressed themselves. Obviously, they're not going to agree 100% with what you say, and you may not agree 100% with what they say. But if you had that conversation, you've done your part, and you feel like there's still no resolution to it, you tried, and it's time to move on. Maybe that's just the season of your life that's over, and you being in connection with that person, it was a reason, because there's a reason for everything that happens in our life. So maybe it's just that that season is over, that reason is over. You've learned your lesson. Now it's time for you to move on. But I definitely don't think that you should cut people off without trying to have a conversation about it. So you can see, because there may be things that you said or did to the person, and you don't even know that that hurt their feelings or made them feel some type of way until you have that conversation with them. So me, I'll say what I say. I felt this way because you did, and I said what I said, and I meant what I said. But let me know if the way I said it or how I said it, you know, made you feel some type of way, because I won't know unless you let me know. Don't walk around with a chip on your shoulder and, you know, talking about me and all this stuff when you ain't told me directly what the issue was.
Yep. All of that. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely. And I've been on the other side of that, Maisha. I've been on the side of somebody cutting me off and not knowing what in the world I did. Like, try to communicate, they wouldn't tell me. So when we say that's grown woman stuff, being able to just have the conversation, maybe we won't have a meeting of the minds in the conversation. Maybe in the conversation, we will just realize that we are not for each other. That's okay. But having the conversation allows you to put the ball in their court ultimately, right? Like you said, I tell you how I feel. If you choose not to adjust your behavior or whatever from that, then I know what decision I need to make, and that might be to cut you off. But at least have the conversation. I love that. There was a meme that was going around that was saying something like, you know, we're getting too old to tell people like what they've done wrong or how they should act or something like that. And I don't really think we ever get too old to let people know when they've hurt us or when they've done something that has upset us, especially if we value their relationship. I think when you just cut somebody off without a conversation, that just gives you an idea of how much you really value that relationship. That relationship was disposable to you. You could throw it away any day if you weren't willing to have the conversation. So I definitely appreciate you sharing that perspective. We're going to move that to Dr. Robin. What do you think?
Yes, I agree with what Maisha said. Like, definitely, I think women do cut each other off too quickly sometimes, I would say. And I think a huge part of that is just not wanting to have those conversations. And I think sometimes we don't want to have those conversations because sometimes we feel like our experiences aren't valid, right? We feel like, well, maybe I'm tripping, or maybe I'm, you know, not understanding it properly. And so instead of like doing the hard thing of having that conversation, I will say, well, I'm just going to cut it off. And that's easier for me. So I think sometimes it's a reflection of like our own like way of looking at ourselves and way of thinking that we like our feelings aren't valid. And so we'll just like avoid it. We're conflict avoidant. So we're just not going to do it. I think other times we cut people off because we expect for them to know how to treat us. And I think that relates to that meme you were saying, Andromeda. Like, some people feel like, well, I shouldn't have to tell you anymore. But I think that sometimes people don't know how you want to be treated unless you share with them, unless you set boundaries and make it very clear, this is how I want to be treated in this relationship. And so it's just like a romantic relationship where all the times you can't expect for your partner to just know how you want to be loved. That's information that you have to have for yourself, so then you can communicate that to the partner, and then they have the opportunity to course correct their behavior. And so I think that's a huge piece too. Sometimes we have these expectations that are unfair in relationships. And so if someone doesn't live up to the expectation, even if we didn't give them a chance, we just cut them off. And so I definitely think with regard to, are we justified sometimes in cutting those relationships off? Yes. And I think the number one piece for me is when someone has betrayed my trust in a way, or when I feel like they have just intentionally harmed me, intentionally done something that doesn't mean me any good, when they don't have my good at heart. Those are the times that I feel like I have been justified in cutting relationships off.
Good. And Robbie, you dropped some knowledge for us for all relationships. I love that you said communication is key for all relationships. So for our sisters in here who are on relationships or seeking to be in relationships, just keep that in mind. People don't always know how to treat you. It's really important for you to tell people and then allow them to behave in the way that you've asked them to. If they choose not to, then at that point you have some decisions to make. But at least open your mouth and speak and say what you need and what you want. So I love that, sis. Thank you. Moving to the next question. Thinking of your own experiences with women, what is one thing that you, if you could just, wave a magic wand, what is one thing that you would change about how women treat one another? And I'm going to shoot this to Linda.
Well, one thing I would change, I think it's us embracing that mindset that we truly can all exist in the same space. We truly can embrace our differences, and through our differences, we are stronger together, because we're living in a society where there's the emergence of so many entrepreneurs, so many women doing the same thing. But I tell you, if you peel down the layers, we may have the same titles, but we have different ways of doing business. We have different ways of getting to that result. And, I always tell people that, as a coach, I have realized that not everybody is coachable. But I had to teach myself, not everybody is coachable by me. There's a difference. Everybody is coachable. Not everybody is coachable by me. And that is why we can all coexist in the same space. What I see is women saying, okay, this person is a transformational coach as well. This person is a nonprofit consultant. So instead of, embracing forces so we can refer clients with each other. When I meet that client that, we're just not vibing, I cannot meet your needs. I know that I can warm hand you to another queen that's going to take care of you. But instead, we leave somebody hanging because we don't want to partner with a sister that's doing what we're doing. So I would really like to change that mindset, that truly we are powerful together. Truly we can create this network of women that we can coexist and we lack for nothing, because through our experiences, our differences, our talents, we have what it takes to really transform not just people, but society as a whole. So that's the mindset I would like all of us to embrace, that in our network, whether she wins society, we just look at this panel right now, the diversity in the panel, just look at this. We have what it takes to really build empires together. So I really would like every woman to embrace that mindset of togetherness, that mindset of true sisterhood, because it's not just a hashtag. It's okay to go write sisters supporting sisters on Facebook, but the next phone call you pick up, you're badging another sister up. No, it's not just a hashtag. It's reality. It's a ministry. It's something that we should live every day and be truly committed to supporting one another, no matter what, because that's what sisterhood is. And we can coexist together and just be stronger.
Yes, sis. Thank you. Kim, what do you say, sis?
So, Linda, yes, sis, mic drop for you. For me, like so many of these things are so connected. And I wholeheartedly agree with my sis Linda on that point. To add to that, what I would say is it is important for us to remember the respect of reciprocal boundaries, right? So we're talking about, and there's this, emergence of this word boundary that we're encouraging everyone to have and to develop healthy boundaries, right? And I think so often we sit in a space where it's self, right? So I'm developing my boundaries, but if my sis has a boundary, I have to respect that too, right? So in understanding that, you know what, our expectations that we have for people our sisters to have for us and our boundaries, we also have to respect our sisters and their boundaries as well, and not utilizing manipulation to make them feel guilty about the boundaries that they're putting in place. If sis can't make it to your birthday party this year, but she made it every other year, then don't hold that against sis, right? Like, I could be real, right? We real, we're here.
You're real.
And I see this push, right? I see this huge push for us to do some healing, self-healing. But as a sister, as a genuine person, you should want to encourage that in your sister, right? You should want to encourage that for another woman who you want to see step into her greatness. So for me, I think it's the mindset of having, you know what, if I'm going to do self-healing, I'm also going to encourage that in someone else and not make them feel guilty just because I didn't like the fact that they told me no, right? Because I'm empowering you to hold on to your no. So I'm going to empower my sis to hold on to her no too, and not hold her accountable if she's not able to give me an explanation. Right? I put that on my wall and it turned into a post, and it turned into a big conversation. You don't have to provide me an explanation for your no. If we have a good relationship, that may automatically come. But at the end of the day, I don't have to sit here and have that as an expectation for you. Your no is your no, period. Right? My no is my no, period. And we have to get into these spaces where we're respecting each other and respecting each other's boundaries. Now, there are unhealthy boundaries that are very rigid. And I think that so many times we don't have a good working definition of what a boundary is. So I think that that's also important work, right? Encouraging us to develop good working knowledge and definition of what a healthy boundary is, especially in a relationship that we hold dear to us. So I think that that's a huge breakdown in relationships, that we have to respect each other's boundaries.
Yes, listen, y'all, the perspectives that y'all are bringing to this talk are so good. It really does provide insight into how we impact one another, how our presence impacts other women. And I love that you said that, because ultimately for me, when I rebranded from Women by Choice to She Wins Society, that was my motivation, was to encourage and empower women to prioritize self-care first. Because what I found is that in talking about sisterhood and women empowerment and bringing women together, it's not enough to just use the hashtag women supporting women, or even to keep telling women to support each other. There are some underlying effects or issues that cause women to not be able to support each other. And ultimately, if a woman is becoming her best self, if she is her best self, that's going to impact each and every one of us. If she's feeling good about herself, if she's confident in herself, if she's full, she's going to be pouring out to everybody who is attached to her. So sis, please prioritize your self-care and your personal development. Please take care of yourself. That way you can be the better sister to me and a better sister in our community. So that's so good. It's necessary. That's absolutely being your sister's keeper. So I appreciate you sharing that. We have to extend grace to one another and not have these weird, I won't say weird, but sometimes weird and just too much expectations. Like, think about yourself. Think about how you feel. There are days when you wake up and don't feel like doing things. You have things going on in your life that everybody does not know about. And so when you have to say no, your sister should be able to accept your no. And when you have to take a step back, the people who love you should be able to understand that you need to take a step back to pour back into yourself. So I really appreciate you bringing that perspective to the conversation, Kim. Dominique. Let me unmute you again, sis.
So I would definitely say Definitely having boundaries, but removing the barriers. I feel like a lot of times when we interact with one another, we already have preconceived notions or we think something negative. So it prevents us from fully engaging and being open and transparent and vulnerable and being ourselves. So if we go to an event and we're super critical and we're saying, oh, they're phony, they're fake, this isn't genuine, or just critiquing the event or the person in general, it prevents us from getting what we should be getting from that event. Because it's a reason why we went there that day. It's the reason why we woke up that day and back to alignment. Basically, we were supposed to be there. So we can't, in life, period, we can't get anything if we're too critical. And I feel like as Black women in general, we're very, very critical of our other Black sisters instead of opening our arms and welcoming them and give them the love and support that they need.
Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. Y'all, so much. I know I'm being filled up from this conversation. I hope that everybody who is listening, you're taking some notes. And again, just holding these things in your heart for consideration as you move through your life and your journey and interacting with other women. Like, just think of your sister like yourself. Okay. Have boundaries, but remove barriers. Love that, Dominique. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so where are we at with time? Okay, so I think it was maybe Glenda who had a question. Whoever had a question, I saw in the comments. If you have a question for any of these ladies about anything that they have shared, definitely let us know. Robin, I said I was going to come back to you for you to tell us how to overcome. I forgot now. I just knew I was coming back. Do you remember, sis?
I think I do. Yeah. How to overcome the
struggles to collaborate. I think whatever your answer was.
The first question, like the kind of I got it attitude. Yes, how to overcome that. So I think a huge piece of that is just starting to ask for help. So it was why we can't connect or collaborate, because we feel like we got it. We don't want to be rejected again. We don't want to be hurt again. And so I think thinking about what are those things that you do in your business that you can delegate. And I think starting maybe in a safe zone with the things that you could do, like you're competent in doing, but it would just take it off your plate if you didn't have to do it. So maybe it's like your emails, or maybe it's like something with social media, like you're competent in doing it, you know how to do it, you could do it yourself, but you could also, that time could be freed up if you delegated it to someone else. So looking for those things that are, I would call them safe tasks that you feel pretty good about, maybe trying to delegate to someone else or trying to collaborate with someone else on. And then I think you can work your way up to maybe doing things that you have no idea how to do, that is not your zone of competence or your zone of genius at all, and really collaborating with someone and being able to trust them. But I think that bigger level of trust requires some practice. And so if you practice small with like collaborating on smaller things, and then you can like up the ante once you kind of have some good positive experiences under your belt of collaborating with other women and having a positive experience after collaborating with other
women. Yes.
Can I add to that?
Yes, you can.
Wonderful. Just to piggyback off of that, because that was so good. I also am a firm believer in not re-traumatizing yourself, right? So here's why I say that. I think oftentimes we have expectations of individuals that has shown us before they could never meet our expectation, but because of relationship, right, we continue to put that expectation on them and they continue to not kind of meet that expectation. And because of that, we then say to ourselves, I can't get help. Right? No one is here to help me. Right? So I think that it's so important when you're trying to hand off these tasks that are things that you're competent in, to build up that muscle. You really need to identify individuals that are actually willing and able to help you, not just because they're in relationship with you, but really and truthfully, they are able to help you. And I think so often we stay within like our safe space because we've known someone for 12 years and that's the bestie. Yeah, girl, that's your bestie and all. But has she ever shown you that she was actually able to assist you with this matter? Like when you actually gave her a task, did she fulfill it? Did she see it through? Yes, I know you want to trust her, but if you put that in her hands and she once again shows you that she's not able to do it, all that does is reinforce to you that you cannot trust anyone. You cannot hand it to anyone, right? It's not actual reality. So we sometimes put ourselves in these positions where we have these expectations. We try to create these safe spaces and work these things with the same individuals that have really shown us in the past that they do not have the capacity to be that thing for us. And that's okay, right? Like that's completely okay. So you have to identify the safe person, the person who's able to actually assist you with these things. So you could stop collecting evidence that you can't be vulnerable. So you could stop collecting evidence that you can't trust anyone. So that you could stop collecting evidence that you have to do all the lifting by yourself. And that is also a form of self-sabotage, but that's for another discussion. But I'm gonna leave that there.
Good stuff. Thank you for adding that to the conversation. So the question that we had was from Glenda. She said, I think we create habits out of our lived experiences. We may not see our actions / choices as an insecurity, but a norm. How do we recognize insecurity? And so I'll let anyone who wants to answer this.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
The question was, I think we create habits out of our lived experiences. We may not see our actions or choices as an insecurity, but a norm. How do we recognize insecurity?
I would say we recognize it because it keeps on showing up. Back to what Robin said earlier, if we don't confront it, it's going to keep on showing up until we do. Or with the tests that we get in life, if we don't pass them, we're going to keep on getting those same tests as long as we keep on failing them. So just being self-aware, I think that's how we recognize our insecurities.
I think for me, I was seeing our new chief of the Air Force shared recently that my grass is I'm too busy watering my grass to notice if yours is greener than mine or not, you know? So I think a lot of times insecurity comes in when you're not staying focused on your purpose. I always say, if you don't know where you're heading, you might end up somewhere else that you have no business being. So I think it really starts with affirming who you are. You know, who are you as a woman? What are your values? What are the things that make you glow? Yes, my love, I'll be right there. So nap time is over. Yeah, I'll be right there, my love. Yes, you know, who are you? You really need to affirm the woman that you are. And then also teach you got to reteach yourself on how you want to be treated in every space that you enter into to be able to project. So we project what we want to attract. And oftentimes we're not cognizant of that fact. So you got to challenge your thoughts. When you see yourself in a space where you're beginning to feel small, you have to start, making that conscious decision. Like, why am I shrinking in this space when I should be blossoming? If it's you, is it the environment? Is it the people? And sometimes I tell you, I know we talked about cutting people off earlier. Sometimes certain spaces are just toxic for you. Certain paces just naturally shrink you and make you less of the woman that God fully wants you to become. So sometimes you got to just step away from certain spaces that keep making you, project insecurity. And, you got to watch out for you. Keep good company. Be in spaces that bring you alive. Have sisters in your life that make you a better person. Those sisters that would hold a whip in one hand to hold you accountable, and then the other hand is to help you. You need that. When you surround yourself with the right people, you don't feel like you need to be insecure about anything because they embrace you for who you are. All of you. There is no need to feel insecure about who you are. So I said, keep good company, challenge your thoughts. And sometimes you got to remove yourself from certain environments and then just make time for you, sister. Make time for you. Because I always say, when was the last time you did something you really enjoyed? Something just for you. Think about the days where you didn't have to worry about any bills, nothing. The kind of joy you had in those days. When was the last time you truly did something that made you so joyful? You got to go back there sometimes and just do something for you. Not because somebody says prioritize self-care, not because of none of that. Just because you truly, truly want to fill your soul. So again, that's what I'll leave you with.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so
Is it
much.
okay that I add to that, Andromeda?
Make it
Just for okay. I think everything that has been said is great, but the one thing that is important to mention, we're saying a lot of things that a lot of us have kind of like heard before, right? But it's good to hear it again so that we can really get it in our minds and in our spirits and in our hearts. But the root of a thing hasn't been touched. So how do I know who I am if my whole life I've lived in trauma and negative experiences? And that's what we're not touching on. Who were you before the actual trauma and negative experiences existed? So I say all of that to say, everything that is being said is accurate, but if we don't take the time to heal, if we don't actually heal, then nothing is going to align. Nothing is going to make sense because we're going to stay in a space and in a state and in a condition that's not conducive. If I'm not healed, then I'm not going to be able to identify correct company. If I'm not healed, I'm not going to be able to do any of these things that are necessary to get me to where I want to be if I'm not healed. Healing is like if we're unhealed, it's almost like having scales over our eyes. We can't properly see and identify anything. We can't see nothing in its purest form. Discernment, everything of that nature is going to be off, right? So it's really understanding that, I need to heal. And when I go through that process of healing and when I get with myself, then in that space is where I understand, oh, this is where the root was. This is where this came from. I could trace this all the way back to this. And this is really where the thoughts and the actions and the behaviors and all of these things are coming out of. I cannot chop down the fruit, if I don't know where the fruit is growing from. So, and everything that's being said, we have to do it. But in order to do those things and not revert backwards and to be sustained, you got to heal first. And that is so paramount. And I just wanted to put that out there because I'd have been bothered in my spirit all day if I didn't tell the people, do these things, but in order to do them effectively and to be consistent and to be sustained and fortified, you got to go heal first, sis.
Yeah.
And it's okay. And and even healing itself is going to feel a little traumatic. It's all right. But you got to do that because if not, you're not going to be able to see anything.
Amen. Thank you, sis. That was necessary. And I appreciate you for raising your hand and speaking up to say it. We needed to hear it. If I could just answer the question really quickly, I would just say for me, I noticed that I was insecure anytime that other people's happiness or success or celebrations made me feel inadequate in some way. If I wasn't able to genuinely celebrate someone, I noticed that was stemming from insecurity. And like Robin said, that was something I had to work on. Why was I feeling insecure in the first place? What was the reason for why that was affecting me in that way? And I look back on my childhood. I was a middle child. It was a lot. I had to share a lot. I was always vying for my parents' attention. It was a lot of things. So going back to the root of it and finding out, like you said, where it's stemming from is how you ultimately eliminate it, and not allow it to continue to impact your life. So I thank you for that, sis. And we all need to be vigilant of that. We all need to pay attention to anytime we feel like we can't celebrate someone else, that other people's happiness makes us less than who we are. That's a good indication that you have some insecurities going on. Anytime you want to tear another woman down because she looks like she's elevating above you, that's a good time to kind of have some self-talk and recognize, like, no, that's not her. She's not the issue. Her success is not the problem. The problem is that I feel inadequate with her success. That's the problem. And I need to figure out why I feel inadequate about it and what I need to do to fill myself up so I can stand next to other women and feel okay with shining together, as opposed to trying to dim her light so that I can shine brighter. So thank you for that, Robin. Before we go, I want to definitely allow each of you to answer this question, because we are in a space with Black women. This is our space to talk about our experiences. So I want us to all share, what is one thing that Black women can do to strengthen our sisterhood and make greater impact in our communities? And so I'm just going to go down the line. If you could just answer this 60 seconds or less. We'll start with Dominique.
I would definitely say to be unique and definitely provide the genuine love and support that we want from one another, instead of, like I said, critiquing and bad mouthing. And just remember that while our talents may be similar, they're not identical.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dominique. Robin?
Yeah, so I would say creating soft spaces for us all to land. So spaces where we can show up as the full version of ourselves, and we can be truthful and authentic about our, joys in life, as well as our struggles and our challenges. I think so many times in life, us as Black women especially have to hide who we are, and we get used to just like showing up halfway. And so I think one thing that we can do that would improve us all and help us all to feel less alone in this world is to create soft places for us to land where we can be truthful and authentic.
Beautiful. Robin?
Yes, y'all gonna be sick of me because you know what I'm gonna say,
No,
right?
can never get sick of you, sis.
I think each and every one of us, all of us, women as a whole, we each need to own the responsibility to heal. Because I promise you, if I don't know anything else, when we take on that responsibility and that understanding of healing, it resolves a lot of underlying inadequacies, insecurities, perspectives, vantage points. When I tell you healing takes care of it all, it truly does. So if we each own the responsibility to say, you know what, let me worry about myself and let me focus on myself and truly heal. Could you imagine just for a second if each and every woman, no matter what part of the world you travel to, was completely healed and whole? I just want you to picture that for a second. How will we talk to one another? How will we carry ourselves around one another? How will we exchange with one another? If everybody was truly healed and whole, there would be none of this other mess. We would have those safe spaces. We would be able to be authentic. We would be able to do all of these things if everyone would just simply own the responsibility, literally understand that if I'm here on this earth, what I say and what I do is going to interact and or impact others. So if I make sure I'm healed and whole and I'm my best self, then I know I'm going to be able to show up and do my part. So I would just say, take the responsibility to truly heal.
Let the church say amen. Kimberly, it's your turn.
All of that good stuff. I would say grace, right? All of that, all of what we're talking about is actionable. Healing is actionable. It's a process. You're going to have to work through it. As you have a process, your sis has a process, everyone has a process. Just because you're giving grace doesn't mean you give approval, right? That those two things are two separate things. And I can give grace to my sister in understanding that she may have an alternate experience than I am. And because of that, it is manifesting in this way. So because of that, I'm going to extend grace to her, but it doesn't necessarily mean I have to approve of that. So I think that for me, I think it would be important for us to understand that we all have an experience, and coupled on top of that experience, we have trauma. Coupled on top of that experience, we have the disconnect from what's happening systemically with racism and all these other things and what's happening on the workplace. So we have a lot that's on our plate that we have to unpack. And some of us have better coping mechanisms than others. Some of us are in different planes in terms of our healing. So extend grace. and pray. Pray for a sister. I don't have to know you directly to pray for you and earnestly desire for your success and your well-being and your greatness. So I think that if we all function in a space of having a desire for everyone to succeed and be who God has called them to be, we would be in a better place.
Amen, sis. Thank you. Maisha.
I would say if you see a sister who's doing her thing, compliment her. Don't think that when you compliment her, it's gonna dim your light. And also, if you see her and you have a question about something, just ask her, because no question is a dumb question. The only dumb question is the question unasked. I've asked so many questions along the way, just trying to navigate this thing called life, navigate this entrepreneurial journey. And simply by me asking a question and a person that receives the question is willing to answer that question for me has enlightened me so much and allowed me to even, feel like I can walk in like confidently with what I'm doing. And if someone slides in the DM and they ask you a question, you don't have to make everything like, oh, click a link in my bio, you can book a call with me, because some things that people ask are very simple things that you can answer. So if someone asks you a question, don't always make it an opportunity for you to get some cash. We all want the cash, but the cash will flow. The information that a lot of us have learned, we've either learned it from Google.com, YouTube University, or somebody has poured into us to share their knowledge with us. So we need to pay it forward and do that same thing.
Thank you, Maisha. Oh, now that's a good one for sure. I love it. There is no shortage. There is no shortage of success, of opportunities to win. There is no scarcity. And so I love that you just shared, like, the money will come when you're serving and sowing and being genuine, and how you show up and you have integrity, and it will come naturally. Everything doesn't have to be about a sale. I love that, Maisha. Thank you so much for that. Linda?
Yes, I would say as Black women, we're in a society now where there's, the focal point is really big on Black women right now. But I'd say when you find yourself in that space where you're the only Black woman in the room, or even if it's a room full of Black women, at every given time, you should be creating an opportunity. When you're in a place of influence and capital and power and stuff like that, you should be creating an opportunity to groom other women. And when I talk about grooming, I'm not just talking about young in terms of age. I'm talking about young in terms of experiences. Not every time a sister reaches you in the DM, do you have to send them your booking link. Sometimes it just takes a minute to answer that little question, and it would help that sister, a step in her journey. And we should not be shy to extend outside of our Blackness and reach out to our white allies as well. Okay, you guys can revoke my Black card, because it is so important that we create diversity, even as Black women. I don't necessarily need to limit my scope to my Black sisters. I can limit my scope globally to my sisters and reach out for knowledge that I can use and impact my Blackness and my Black sisters. So it is okay for us as Black sisters to be able to reach out outside of our Blackness and use that, that knowledge to groom other people, that knowledge to grow. Because at the end of the day, we are all just sisters under God's eyes. And it is so important, that, I tell you, if you're not growing every day, personally or professionally, or personally and professionally, what are you doing? And part of growing is grooming the next generation. I'll tell you, as a coach, the most important fulfillment that I get is when my clients are succeeding. Think about it when you get that text message that, I just landed this contract. I just did. Those are the things that bring fulfillment. It's not when you're right there coaching them. It's when they're executing and seeing results. So it is our responsibility to be grooming the next generation, because that is how we stop the last 400 years from happening, because we're taking our place in society. We're taking our place on the table, but we don't do that by dying with the knowledge that we have without impacting it to the next generation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. This definitely has been amazing. I have to do this before we go. Robin Govin, Dr. Robin Govin is our winning Women of the Month for She Wins Society. If you are a member, If you're not a member, winning woman, the winning, I can't even remember words out. The winning woman of the month. We award a winning woman of the month every first of the month. And October's winning woman of the month is Robin. This award goes to a woman who has just been showing up in our community. And Robin has been doing that, from attending our retreats to teaching classes to just being a positive, amazing, great sister. She has such a humble spirit, as you have seen, such a peaceful spirit, and we just love her. And so I just wanted to just take a moment to congratulate Robin, since she is on here, to acknowledge her and say congratulations, winning woman of the month. And also, as part of winning woman of the month, what we do is we gift the winning woman something. So we have a book club, and I gifted Robin the book of the month. I hope that you received it, sis. Awesome. But I also told Robin that I wanted to gift someone her book. So I want to purchase her book to bless somebody else. And so her book is The Self-Care Prescription. Yes. And so we're going to do a quick giveaway really fast. Robin, will you unmute yourself? Tell us a little bit about your book, where they can get it, and then just give us an giveaway idea. What can someone do in the comments in order to win a copy of your book?
Oh, okay. So this is The Self-Care Prescription. This is a book that I wrote really with Black women in mind, with women in mind in general, just thinking about how we struggle a lot of times with taking care of ourselves. So the book addresses 6 different areas of self-care that we can address, 6 different ways that we can take care of ourselves. So it's spiritual self-care, it's emotional self-care, vocational self-care. So that's for all the entrepreneurs and all of the side hustlers in the room. There's I think I didn't say physical self-care. There's also intellectual self-care. And then there's social self-care. So related to what we're talking about here today, how do we take care of ourselves in relationships, and how do we nurture our relationships and set healthy boundaries? So it's a lot in one book, and so it's really meant to give you practical tips. It's not anything that's like a bunch of like language that you wouldn't understand or jargon or anything like that. It's not a textbook by any means. It's really practical. It's really meant for you can pick it up and really be able to implement the strategies that are in the book immediately into your life and help you to engage in some self-care. And so the only thing I can think about is, as far as how we can give the book away, is I can think of a number and have people guess a number. I know that's really basic, but that's the only thing I can think of. I can have people think of a number, unless you thought of something more creative, Andromeda.
But I would say, if you've been listening, then Robin has dropped some really, really important, powerful jewels and gems. If there is any, tell us, drop something in the comments that Robin has said. It doesn't have to be verbatim, but something that she said that has impacted or resonated with you, that you think is going to help you to move forward in life on your journey. And so you have, like, I'm going to count down 60 seconds. I know there's a bit of a delay on YouTube. I'm trying to see over here how far back we are. Oh, we are a lot behind. Like, I'm looking at the YouTube over here, and Robin has not even picked her book up. So Danica said, my birthday just passed October 3rd. Well, that is definitely a good reason to win. But Glenda said, creating soft spaces to land. I think that's a winner, right, sis? You did say that.
Yes, I think so.
Oh, I think so. All right, well, Glenda, you won. So what I just need you to do is to send an email to hi@shewinsociety.com with your mailing address, and you will get a copy of the self-care prescription. Awesome. Thank you so much, panel. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time today. You all were amazing. Y'all give it up for our Identifying What Causes the Breakdown in Sisterhood and How We can Collectively Improve panel. If you have not noticed, at the bottom, you have their contact information, so make sure to follow them on Instagram and stay in touch. Thank you so much again, panel. Look forward to seeing you in the comments if you're available, and keep working and winning, y'all. All right, y'all, we are moving on. We're moving on in the program. We're a tad bit behind schedule. But we are going to now head into our next virtual vendor, which is Nicole Taylor. Nicole, thank you so much for waiting patiently in the background. She's going to come and talk to us about sweet blue candles. So Nicole, take it away, sis.
Okay, can you hear me? How y'all doing?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
All right. All right, my name is Nicole Taylor. I'm the owner of Sweet Blue Candles. Just a little bit about myself. I'm from Georgia, but I moved to Philadelphia 3 years ago. I worked in the Philadelphia school district. So I started this business the beginning of this year when the pandemic hit and they let the schools out. And I was like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do with all this time on my hands? So I thought about making candles, and I really thought it was going to be easy. I thought it was going to be a little easy hobby, and I was just going to do it and get it, and it didn't work out like that. So it took me about 4 months to try to make sure that these candles smell, because I personally love a good smelling candle. So this hobby turned into a business venture, which is Sweet Blue Candles. It's made with soy wax. I hand make them, pour it, and I ship them in Philadelphia. So I have 2 jars. I have a 9-ounce jar and a 4-ounce jar. That's how my candles come. And I have 6 different scents. I guess a little bit about them. My favorite scent will have to be Juicy Peach, but I like a sweet candle. I also have like lavender, vanilla scents. I have a candle called Healing Her, which is a eucalyptus and spearmint scent. And I'm trying to think about everything. I did have a discount code for you guys today, for my sisters. The discount code is Sisterhood. And if you order today, well, for the rest of the week, I'm going to do the rest of the week. If you put in a discount code for Sisterhood, you will receive free shipping. And I believe that's it. That's all. I wanted to say thank you for letting me tell y'all about my candles.
Okay, thank you so much, sis. So did we get a chance to see the candles? Do you have some scents you want to show us or anything?
Look, this is Tropical Burst. This is Tropical Burst. I have my Juicy Peach, my favorite. And what I have on the side, lavender, vanilla. But these are my 9-ounce candles, and I also have my little 4-ounce candles, just to put somewhere. So I like the 4-ounce candles in the morning when I'm about to start some work. I also have white pumpkin. I just came out with this, actually. It's like a sweet pumpkin smell.
Awesome, sis. And you said the discount code was? What's the discount
Sisterhood.
code? Sisterhood. Okay, so I'm going to put that in the comments. Is it all caps?
Mm-hmm.
All caps, Sisterhood. The link
is
sweetbluecandles.net. Let me type it in here too. But it's if you're looking at the bottom, that's the link. You'll see it, but I also put it in the chat. So sweetbluecandles.net, use discount code Sisterhood, and you said that is going to get what percentage off for how long?
It's free shipping, and I'll have that until next Sunday. So I'll do it for a week for free shipping.
All right, y'all, go get your sweet blue candles. Thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing with us today. We appreciate you, and we look forward to supporting you. Thank you, sis.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. We are down to the last panel, and then we're going to move into our giveaway. So hang tight. I know I got a couple of emails from you guys asking if there is going to be a replay, And yes, that is the goal, is for there to be a replay. Should technology work well like it's supposed to, then we will have a replay to share. So yes, we are moving into our last panel, which is the Implementing Healthier Habits to Be Better Women and Win Bigger Together panel. And we are adding Miss Wilma Blyden to the stream, Shamar Latanya to the stream, Tyra Gardner to the stream, Tara Pritchett. I was gonna say Taria, and Ashley Little and Natalie Lewis. Yes, sisters, for being on time. Let me get that off of Tyra's face. Yep, that works. Okay, welcome, ladies. Y'all look amazing.
Oh, I was muted. Hey.
Hey. And before we even start, can we just say happy birthday to Ashley?
Happy birthday.
Thank you for joining us on your birthday, sis.
Yes.
That is amazing.
That's
awesome.
Yes.
We're thankful. We're thankful.
I'm happy to be here with you all on my birthday with all of this excellence. I love it.
Yes. So I did get your email that you're gonna have to dip out on us a little bit early. We understand.
Okay.
It is your birthday. Live your best life. So let's just go ahead and jump in. What I would like before we start the discussion is for all of the panelists to just quickly introduce themselves. So really quickly, I'll tell you that we have confidence coach for women, Tara Pritchett. We have Release the Queen and You founder, Natalie Lewis, CEO of Ashley Little Enterprises, Ashley Little, psychotherapist, Dr. Tyra Gardner, life transformation coach, Shamar Logan, and She Designed the Life She Wanted founder, Wilma Blyden. So welcome again to these ladies. I see the happy birthdays coming in. They're wishing you happy birthday in the comments, sis.
Thank you.
And so let's really quickly, we'll start with Wilma. Will you just quickly introduce yourself to everyone, anyone who may not know you?
Like Andromeda said, my name is Wilma Blyden, and I am an author, speaker, and personal development coach, and the founder of the network She Had the Life She Wanted. And our vision is to be a global, inspirational, and motivational network. And we want to encourage women to advance themselves holistically despite the trials that they have faced in life. And we serve women who are broken, who want to move from brokenness to wholeness. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Wilma. Shamar.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Shamar Latanya. I am a life transformation coach, and I'm going to throw in future doctor because this program is kicking my butt, but we're doing it. And I help women rebuild, transform, reclaim their power, and boldly walk in their purpose.
Yes. Ashley.
Hi. I just want to say thank you to everybody for all of the birthday love. And thank you for the Wild Network on Yes, my honorary doctorate yesterday. Thank you. My name is Ashley Little. I am CEO and founder of Ashley Little Enterprises. And I'm also a corporate professional by day. So I look forward to chatting with all of these beautiful women on the panel today and being able to share some amazing nuggets with you all.
Yes. Tara.
Hello, ladies. It's fine. My name is Tara Pritchett, and like you said earlier, I'm a confidence coach for women. I'm super excited to be here. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm honored and humbled to be here next to all of you. I simply help women unleash their fierce confidence by helping them heal, evolve, and grow their trust issues, their triggers, and the trauma that comes up within themselves, so that they can live the lives that they love without being bothered by what other people think, and being bothered by things in society that oftentimes hold us back as Black women, but as women in general. So I'm honored to be here.
Yes, thank you. Tyra.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So good to see all of you. I want to thank you, Andromeda, for having me on your platform this afternoon with all of these lovely women. I thank all of y'all that are in the comments for attending today. My name is Tyra Gardner. I am a psychotherapist and a nationally certified anger management specialist. I work with women as well as men, but I also work with women with discovering their why, helping them to discover who they are, and helping them to contain,
maintain control of their emotions and their feelings when they're in compromising positions. I also do business strategy where I help business owners, female business owners, with finding their niche, finding a product or what matches your brand. So I try to help women with uncovering who they are, what they want to be, and help them to achieve the goals that they want to achieve.
Yes, and Miss Natalie Lewis.
Hey, y'all. So I'm Natalie Lewis, author, speaker, certified breakthrough coach, and I am founder of Release the Queen in You Enterprises, where I empower women to look within to heal so that they can become the queen that God has called them to be.
Yes, and I have to say, you all look beautiful.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. I'm seeing you sparkling over there, Nat. I see you,
know,
girl.
I had to do the little
you
purple.
give me Michael Jackson vibes. Kimberly was giving me Aaliyah, and you giving me Michael Jackson.
I'll take that.
You look good. Y'all look amazing. All right, so let's jump into these questions. Why is self-care important in relation to sisterhood? And so I am going to just send that first to Tara.
All right, so, and I know why you're sending it to me, in case you guys didn't catch our replay yesterday on Instagram. So self-care is so important for women. Ashley, you cool? Okay. So self-care is so important for us as women, because if we're not taking care of ourselves, as we all already know, then we know that it's going to interfere with our relationships with us in the workplace, with what we do with our children, our partners, our family members, in every single aspect. So I believe that we should have a holistic approach to taking care of ourselves, as so many of the ladies have shared throughout the day as I have tuned in. I really loved on the last panel where she was discussing there's vocational self-care, right? And there's the relational, the spiritual, the mental, the emotional, right? So that's why, even though all of us do something in a similar realm, it's important that you find who works best for you to help support you with your self-care, right? Because your self-care, so often we try to fit it into our lifestyle, but it really needs to become actually the lifestyle that we have, and then we fit everything else with it. But I don't think that's really something we learn as girls, especially as Black girls, right? Because our focus is on getting things done, getting the work done. We're carrying our families, our community, our whole nation. So oftentimes we have to carry everything on our backs, and we don't have an opportunity to put down stuff on our backs. We'll sit back and rest and slow down so that we can become the best version of ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you so much. Natalie, I know you talk about self-care a lot too. So can you answer that question? Why is self-care important in relation to sisterhood?
If my crown is crooked, how can I straighten yours? So if I am in denial of, I'm not even aware of where I'm at, how can I help you become aware of where you are? So it's very important to make sure that you are in a good headspace and you're aware of what's going on in your life. And you're taking whatever necessary steps to get better, to get back to being yourself, so that you can truly be authentic when you're helping others, when you're around your other sisters. You know, when you are empowering others, you want to do it from an authentic place. And I feel like if you're not practicing self-care, you're pouring from an empty cup, which means you're giving people your scraps. I don't want to offer up my scraps to anybody. I'm a person that loves to serve, loves to give. So I'm going to give you 100% of me. There is no half, no little bit, no 10%. But if I'm not practicing self-care, if I'm not taking care of myself, mind, body, spirit, soul, I'm gonna be a hot mess. And then that hot mess is gonna be spilling over to everything that I'm doing. And it's not helpful.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Tyra, I know you always send me my wellness checks every Friday. Those text messages always come right on time. I'm always so appreciative, because I know you know the value of self-care, because you remind me every Friday to make sure that I'm taking care of myself. So sis, why is self-care important in relation to sisterhood?
Oh my God, self-care is important in relation to sisterhood, because bottom line is we need to be able to, appreciate one another. I know, you host a lot of retreats throughout the year, and this year,
Well, we see what happened with this year, but in the past, the retreats that are held for sisterhood, those work really well with a lot of women because it's finally being able to be with other people that are like-minded, that are on the same journey and mission that you're on, to apply self-care to themselves. You know what I mean? And for those who may not have, that kind of, might not know much about self-care, when they go to a retreat and things like that, they're able to learn from others and learn to appreciate. And during that time, it's time where we have a lot of self-reflection. During that time, we're intermingling with others so that we can learn to love ourselves, a lot better. One of the things that I text, some of you on the panel, during the week on Fridays is self-care is self-love and is not selfish. Because I think a lot of people think that, it's selfish to care for yourself. It's not selfish, because if you don't care for yourself, who gonna do it? And that's the bottom line, so we just have to keep that in our frame of mind all the time and let people know self-care is self-love, not selfish.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. And y'all know, if you heard me speak recently or as of this year, one thing I've been saying a lot is the better you get, the bigger you win. Like, it really is about you and pouring into yourself and making sure that you're good, because it's going to impact every other area of your life, your relationships, your career, your finances. Everything is determined by your mindset and how you feel about yourself and the confidence you have in yourself and the fullness you feel in yourself. Everything is impacted by that. So yes, self-care is not selfish, sis. Yes, say that again. All right, so we're gonna just go to the next question. I want to talk about this because there's a lot of things that are around for us to consume, especially in the media, right? And so just in talking about what we're consuming, what we're watching, what we are allowing to enter our space and our energy, and talking about just being healthier women and winning bigger together. In your opinion, should women watch and support reality shows that promote women fighting each other and tearing each other down? Is that something that we should be doing? And so I'm going to send that to Shamar.
So I personally do not think so. And it's not for, let me just say this, okay? Everyone, you be who you are, okay? Watch who you watch. Some people can watch it just purely for the entertainment and, not take it in, and that's fine too. But for me, myself, and for me and my household, I just fully believe that, watching that show, capitalism is a real thing. Watching those shows and getting the views up, people will say, oh, this is what people want to see. They want to see women arguing. They want to see women fighting. So people are going to watch it. People are looking at it. So clearly we're going to give more. You know what I mean? When you see Love and Hip Hop and whatnot, I don't know if I was supposed to say that out loud, but I didn't already said it. But when you see stuff like that, and it's this constant going back and forth with other reality shows, they're going to give you what they think you want to see. Now, for me, going out and saying, I'll support this woman, I'll support that woman, I can't watch those things because I know that's not what I would do. I know I don't condone that. And not only that, but there are spirits attached to everything. We really have to understand that. There are spirits attached to everything. That's why you monitor what you listen to and what you watch. Right. And you take enough of that in, the next thing you know, you out here acting like that, and you don't even realize why. It's because of what you're taking in and what you're consuming. And also, whatever's going to bring your energy low and your vibrations low, you shouldn't be watching it anyway. Whatever's going to bring your spirit low, you should not be watching anyway. And what it all boils down to is this. Had you asked that question 10 years ago, I'd have been like, I'm going to watch whatever I want to watch, however I want to watch it. That's really what I would have said. But the mature me understands this. I have a responsibility. I'm out there and I'm trying to bring women together. I have a responsibility. I cannot condone anything that's going to tear women apart and tear women down. And let me just tell y'all this in the comments and on the replay. The real deal is this. Y'all really cannot go out there acting like that, or you're going to catch a case. So why are we out here pushing anyway? So my own, you do what you do, but I just don't think that that's something that, we should be supporting or pushing up there and then wondering why our kids are acting like this. I used to work in the school district, and I saw 8-year-old girls. You know what they were playing? Let's play Bad Girls Club. And they were yelling at each other and pretending to fight each other, and that's how they were playing. So why are we condoning it? So, roundabout answer to your question, I think not. Just me, myself now. Me and my house.
Listen, I have a niece, and I remember her literally telling me she didn't think that basically you had to choose between liking Beyonce and Rihanna. And that was that first just insight into how, the things that they're seeing, the things that people are saying is impacting them. Like, why do you have to choose between liking Rihanna and Beyonce? But like you said, it influences minds, especially young minds and older minds too, if we're not careful. So I knew you were going to bring the heat when I asked that question, and you did.
Thank you so much for understanding me, because I was like, I'm going to act right, but apparently here we go.
No, but it was needed, and I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it. Ashley, because I know that you have a lot of different productions, from your radio show to your magazine, and you're always putting out positive and empowering things when it comes to women. So how would you answer that question? Do you think that women should be watching and supporting reality shows that encourage us to tear each other down?
I agree with Shamar. Absolutely not. You have to feed your space. It's so important that you feed what you want to become, right? And that you get in the right environment. So what you want to connect with, who you connect with, is very important. And she's so right about spirits attaching to you. And if you connect and feed your mind those things, you are going to eventually be that person, or venture out to have those types of habits or ways. So absolutely, you have to protect your energy, protect your peace, protect what goes in and what comes out, right? And so I'm very big on that, and you're able to know if I'm gonna have to use this because I believe in God. I'm sure everybody else do, hopefully. And I'll have a spirit of discernment, right? And so that discernment will let you know who should be in your space, right? And some people, you can tell when you got the discernment if their spirit is awful, right? And so I'm definitely saying no for that, because that energy and protecting your peace is so important. You have to protect that, because it's so easy to drift off into other habits of things that you're not, just because you're feeding yourself those type of spirits.
Good stuff. I'm gonna move on to the next question. We have this panel. All the panels have been great, but this is the panel that really is getting in deeper into all the things we've been discussing up until this point. So we've talked a lot about the issues and the problems, and brought insight to how we should consider one another, and how we should consider how we should move. But this panel is really meant to provide solutions. So what is it that women can do in order to be healthier and to win bigger with other women? And so we talked about insecurities earlier on. We talked about how that can affect women's ability to collaborate with other women and to work with other women. So what are some steps that women can take to overcome feelings of jealousy and envy? I mean, our sister Robin dropped the mic and said, definitely work on your healing. But what are some other practical steps that a woman could just start saying today? I'm envious, I'm jealous. What can I do today to start to overcome that? And so I want to go ahead and shoot that over to Wilma.
Hi, ladies. Well, what I would encourage a woman to do who mentioned that she's struggling with jealousy and envy is to develop an attitude of gratitude. Look around you and write down the things that you are grateful for. I would encourage her also to develop a gratitude journal, and every morning write down at least 5 or 10 things that you are grateful for. And also in the evening, you can also note down the lessons that you've learned today, and also meditate on the word of God and believe who God says you are. So I would also ask the person to shift their focus. For example, if this is the person that I'm envious of or I'm jealous, what is it that this person has that you are envious of? And just shift your focus to see how you too can achieve the things that you want, or what is causing this envy. So the first thing would be to develop an attitude of gratitude, develop a journal so you can write down the things that you're grateful for. Also have the person shift their focus. And if you were in a coach session, I would have help the person by their values. What are the things that are important? Is it important to you because these persons have it, or is it important to you because you want to have it? And I would also want to know, would encourage a person to know who they are and who they are, because a lot of times, based on life experiences and the things that we watch, persons lose sight of who they are. I would remind them of who they are, how to work with them to help them increase and build their confidence so that they're not jealous or envious. My solution to help that person.
Yes, that's great. That's great. I want to really just quickly highlight, if you find yourself feeling jealous or envious of another person, what is it about that person? What is it that they have that you find yourself being jealous of? And then take those steps that Wilma said, along with understanding that if it bothers you that they have it and you don't, then do what you got to do to get it. And then that solves that problem, right? I am going to ask Tara to also answer that question.
Okay, so I totally agree with Wilma. One thing that I do with my clients is I have them do what we call shadow work. For those of you that are familiar with the process. So when someone when you're annoyed by somebody, you're bothered by somebody, you're envious of them, then that really means that there's something in you, as we've been sharing. There's an insecurity that needs to be worked through. So that is the proper time to either pull out some type of journal and process those feelings and emotions, or for you to connect with a licensed mental health professional, such as Tyra would be someone to suggest, to help you work through those feelings and emotions. Because the thing that's constantly bothering you and triggering you, I really believe that means that there's something trapped inside of you that is causing those feelings and emotions to constantly come up. I know I did this a couple months ago. Somebody was really getting on my nerves. And I was like, damn, she's getting on my damn nerves. So I sat down and I actually looked at the shadow side of myself. What am I actually repressing in myself, right? What is it about this individual that is causing these emotions to come up for me? And what I actually realized was I was getting annoyed with her for some stuff that I actually do. And that helped me to actually connect myself to her, and I actually was able to view her in a different way, which allowed me to make that relationship even better, right? So I had to sit down. I had to look at myself in the mirror and actually see, what is this about me? What is this saying about myself that needs to be done? So if you have not done shadow work, you've never looked it up before, then I would highly encourage you to do so, because you're always going to get triggered. So you need to have a tool or go-to process.
Ooh, that's good. That is good stuff. Thank you so much, Tyra. Tyra, since Tara called you out, tell us how what steps women can take to overcome feelings of jealousy and envy.
Okay. Well, just like everyone else was saying, you definitely have to assess yourself. You have to assess your feelings, the reason why you're feeling the way you're feeling. You need to be able to also recognize why you're jealous, just like everyone, else said, and basically you're going to have to, take time once you start assessing, start learning from this, learning from the reason why you are jealous. And at this point, start to be able to remind yourself of all of your positive traits. Just because, this person is moving this way, that way, you don't have to do the same thing they doing. You don't have to move the way they move, because what's for you is for you, So when it comes to that, I like to tell people, recommend like positive affirmations. Say positive affirmations to yourself, reminding yourself that you are worthy, you are good, you can do the same thing. And then if it's something that they're doing that you want to do, just like Tara said, you want to take and, see what you can do so that you can go in the same path if that path is chosen for you. When it comes to jealousy and envy and things like that, that's like, I'm like, because at the end of the day, you don't have to be, it's just finding out once you have that self-discovery and know who you are, jealousy and envy should no longer be in your heart, because at this point, you done found a way to do all of the things that you have achieved to do and found your own way to do it, But again, I can't stress it enough. Positive affirmations and keeping a lot of positivity in your spirit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. This is good. I hope y'all have y'all notebooks out. I hope y'all are taking notes because this is good information. What everybody is sharing is practical things that you can start doing today to start improving yourself, improving your life, improving your community, improving your sisterhood. And so I'm gonna move to the next question. And that question is, what can women do to become more confident in their ability to connect and collaborate with other women? Shamar, I know that you are excellent at connecting and collaborating with other women. I never even see you hesitate to do it. You always are just thriving in spaces with other women. So I don't know if you've always been this way, but what can women do to become more confident in their ability to connect and collaborate with other women?
So when I was younger, I was painfully shy. I honestly don't know what had happened and what switched. I ain't gonna try and figure it out. But what I will say is this: the reason why, and it's not like I'm talking all about me, but it's the solution. It's a method to my madness, right? The reason why when I'm in these situations with women and I'm able to be so confident and thriving and going to talk with women and connect with women is because I know myself, right? And not for nothing, but I think I'm pretty dope. I think I'm fairly dope. You know what I mean? Not for nothing, but I feel like I've made it through so much and I've gone through so much. I'm not going to dim my light for anybody and I'm not going to dog myself out. So when I go into these spaces with women, I want other women to feel that. And I want other women to know that you are just as dope as I am, right? And I don't want you to dim your light either. We could all be out here just really shining bright and loud and obnoxious and really getting it, right? So the biggest thing is really know yourself. I mean, to the core of who you are. Can't nobody tell me nothing about me at all. And that's not to say that I don't ever need to change because I do. But the other part of that is I am self-reflective enough to know when the Holy Spirit is convicting me. There are plenty of times when the Holy Spirit will be like, Shamar, you ain't even have to do that. And I'll be like, dang, you know what? You're right. You know what I mean? Or when someone says to me, you know, I think you can do a little bit better, I can take that constructive criticism and move on and know that it doesn't change who I am at the core. So know who you are when you're connected with women. Be who you are when you're connected with women. My daughter is my polar opposite. I'm loud. She's very soft. Many of you have met my daughter. She's very soft-spoken and she's very quiet. And when she goes and deals with other girls, she talks to them on their level. Know who you are and be who you are. People can tell when you're being fake, right? So just be who you are. Understand that your vibe is going to attract your tribe. When you walk into this space, that person may not rock with you, but that other person might. And that's okay too. So the solution is up in there. Be who you are, know who you are, and go in there and thrive and understand that you being who you are allows other women to freely be themselves.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Amen. Ashley, you also do amazing at connecting with other women, highlighting other women, empowering other women. You thrive in spaces with other women. So how is it that you do that, or what can other women do to be more confident in their ability to connect and collaborate with other women?
First, having that mindset that we all can win. When my sister wins, I win, right? And it's not going to take nothing away from me if she is ahead of me, or if she has something, or if, she get the promotion before me. At the end of the day, when my sister wins, I win. So you have to have that mentality of that winning mindset and be confident in yourself that even with my sister's win, or if my sister has all these great things going on, my time will come, because what God has for me is going to be for me. And so when you collaborate, and I think people have to understand the meaning of collaborating. Everybody want to talk about collaborating, but what is effective collaboration? Effective collaboration is we're both bringing value to the table, right? We're both bringing value to the table and we're serving each other. And we got to have that servant mindset, and don't have in your mind, I'm only going to help her because I want to see what I can get, or I'm only going to help her because she's this and I'm trying to, figure out, can I get ahead? Or no, you should want to genuinely help her, right? Even if she gets there before you. And that's the mindset you have to have when you are effectively collaborating, because what God has for you is, like I said, it's for you. And when you serve others, your gift will make room for you. So you just have to have that mindset. I love connecting and collaborating with people because it doesn't take nothing from me. It doesn't take nothing from me to create another seat at the table for my sister, right? My show is called Creating Your Seat at the Table, and I really live by that. Creating your seat at the table, because a true successful leader, if you're not helping others, making room for others at the table, then what are you doing? What are you doing? And so I'm very big on connecting and collaborating and making sure that it's genuine and making sure that you are in it to win and you want each other to win.
Yes, sis. Listen, just even looking out here at this panel, like Ashley, you invited me to be on your radio show, and look how just in that one collaboration opened doors to other collaborations. Like you're scheduled to be at our retreat. Hopefully we can be sailing next year. But you're yes. supposed to be speaking at Relax to Late Release Retreat next year. You're here with us at Stepping N2 Sisterhood. And so that is really the beauty of collaboration. You know, I say all the time that tables are always turning, right? So while today I might have an opportunity that I can provide to my sister, there may be a time down the road, might not be this year or next year or even the next year after that. But she may come back and say, you know what, Andromeda, I have an opportunity that's perfect for you. Let me offer this seat to you. Let me open this door for you. And so that is the beauty in collaboration, is just not always looking at what others can do for you, but what you can do for others, and being open to, again, understanding that tables are always turning. We are always in different seasons of our lives. And if you are effectively collaborating with others, you're always going to be able to reach out into somebody and say, hey, sis, like I'm in a space right now. Do you have anything for me? Or somebody will be there to reach out for you, like right on time. Because it's happened for me. Like I can say that every opportunity that I've received throughout my journey has been from other women lending a hand to me, providing a place, a way for me to elevate, for me to go up on my journey. So collaboration, like when you have connections like that, you'll never run out of opportunities. I think that's what you would find in your situation. Like you connect with so many women that you're constantly in a space of receiving opportunity. It might not have been that woman you just helped yesterday, but that girl you was talking to last month or last year who you helped, she coming back around now saying, hey, Ashley, I remember when you offered me an opportunity on your platform, somebody has offered me an opportunity on their platform. I would love to, refer you to them or whatever the case may be. So there is so much strength in our collaboration. Like it's just, and I see you doing amazing things. So I know.
Yeah, and that scarcity mentality. When people are holding on to their resources or they are scared somebody might get ahead of, that's called scarcity mentality, right? Because if you're not able to help your sister, you see that your sister needs something, or you see that you have a resource that can help them, why not share it, right? Why not share it? But you do have some people that have that scarcity mentality, and that's why I'm big on effective collaboration, right? But you also have to do research on who you're collaborating with as well.
Oh, yeah. That's another topic. I don't even know if we got time to get into that one. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that ultimately what you said is the whole reason and purpose behind Stepping N2 Sister is for us to really just understand the power in our collaboration and our ability to come together with each other's resources and connections and different things to win bigger, to level up, because again, the tables are always turning. Somebody is today may not be where they are going to be next year. So don't sleep on people. Also when you have the opportunity to provide them with something, with a collaboration, don't sleep on people, because you might open the door for them and then they might turn around and open the door for you. So absolutely, Ashley, I love that. Natalie, you are also really good with collaborating and connecting with other women. That is what you do. I always see you supporting other women, always shouting out other women-owned businesses when you're purchasing product. So you live that, you breathe that. So what can women do to become more confident in their ability to connect and collaborate with other women?
The biggest thing is what I always say is queens don't hate, we collaborate. And you don't know, like you just mentioned, somebody today you may overlook them or try to judge them or size them up, but you have no idea, one, who they're connected to, two, where God is sending them. So that prayer that you just prayed on how you needed the help to finish your project, or how to start your event or how to start your membership, that woman could have been it, that woman that you overlooked. So you have to really live it, live that, know that collaboration is the key to your currency. That's how you open up doors to currency. It's not about the money, of course, but I believe that relationships are better than currency. It's more than currency. It's more than just, money and, oh, I'm connecting with her because she helped me make 10K. No, I'm connecting with her because her spirit is right. She has discernment. I know when I need prayer, I can contact her. Me and Shamar we've been going through something similar, and we've been like tag team each other, like, girl, this will happen, girl, this will happen. So it's all about collaboration. It's not so much about getting a project complete, but it's about building those authentic, true relationships that will last. And as you said, you don't know if the person you sit next to is the next Oprah. You better reach out and get the help that you need and collaborate, and reach out not with the sense of what can they do for, what's in it for me, but reach out with, how can I serve them? We are placed on this earth to serve. We can make a bigger impact when we serve each other. We can make a bigger impact when we are helping each other rise to the top. It's not about who gets there first. It's not about, she can't sit with us mentality. And I believe Ashley said it with the scarcity mindset that, oh, if I share this with her, then I won't have it. No, if you share it with her, then you and her both can connect and collab and make the bigger impact and help more people. Because at the end of the day, that's what
And
yes.
Can I just really quickly touch on Natalie? Because she know what I'm going to say. And God honors that when you do that. Why? Because me and Natalie, outside of She Wins, always end up at a lot of the same events, speaking together. And we don't know it. So we walk up like, oh my God, Natalie, you here? Yes, girl. So God honors those connections and grows those connections. Because there are plenty of times when me and Natalie be in the same room. And because we don't hate on each other and we're genuine with each other, we get chosen for these events. And what do? Me and Natalie go in there, act up, and shut it down. So God will honor those connections when you do that.
That is beautiful.
Yes.
It's beautiful. I totally believe connections are greater than currency. In my experiences, it's the connections that I've had with other people that have opened doors for me. Like I will never forget a time when I was actually working in corporate America, and two women helped me to get a job. Two Black women helped me to get a job that I had no experience in, and honestly, I was not qualified for, but they knew I was a fast learner and that I would be able to do the job once I got it. And so that without them, I would not have gotten that job, period, point blank, period. And so that's the importance of just understanding, like, it doesn't always have to be what can I get from you in the terms of money, but just connecting with the person genuinely. That's an important thing. Making a genuine connection with the other person, pouring into them as they pour into you, and seeing how you both can work together in order to elevate in life. And sometimes it's not just, again, talking about, oh, we're gonna make money together. You and Natalie and Shamar are talking about, just helping each other through a season in life. That's important to have people in your life to help you to do that. And so, yes, connections are great. Listen, Keisha was here. She should have been here to answer that question, because she said networking is a superpower. It's the truth. It is the truth. If you are sitting there right now in this space of isolation and distancing yourself from other people and thinking that you don't need anybody, I'm letting you know right now that you need people in order to elevate in your life. You need other sisters in your life to help you, to encourage you, to motivate you, and to, again, just pull your resources and talents together in order to elevate in life together. We need each other. This is so powerful.
I would like to say one more thing, though.
Go ahead, Ashley.
And for everybody that's listening, stop disliking somebody because of what you heard. Stop missing your blessing because of what somebody else said about that person. And that person could be your blessing and could be the door to your next opportunity. But you mad because of something somebody else said about that person when you don't even know them. Stop it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, we're about to get it all out today. All of those things that we need to adjust in order to be the best women that we can be, we are going to be sharing that. All right, so moving on to the next question. Talking about personal development, because we talked about self-care. Personal development is a little bit different in terms of just how you are investing in yourself, what you're reading, what you're watching, how you are spending time with yourself, all of those things. What impact does a woman's personal development have on her family and community? And the reason why I'm asking that question is because a lot of times women we're so busy with so many things, so many responsibilities in life, from our jobs to our children to our family, that we don't take time to invest in personal development. A lot of us, we go to school, and once we're done, we don't do any further reading, any further education, any further in investing in ourselves at all, unless it's some mandated training at work or something like that. And so what impact does a woman's personal development have on her family and community? And how can women make sure that they're making time for personal development? So I'm going to send that to Wilma first.
Well, in order to make an impact, one must be able to implement changes. So, for when it comes to women, what impact of women's personal development needs on her community, I would say we need to participate in community events, engage in community events, and also with personal development that covers your spirit, your body, your soul, or the other 7 elements or dimensions of socially, economically, physically, spiritually. But I would say a woman would need to focus on time, make time for herself, for her own personal development. And that can be done by creating a schedule for yourself. So I did suggest going out and participating in community events and also online events. But at that same time, you need to pour back into yourself. And you will need to find a schedule where you pour back into yourself. And this can be done by listening to YouTube videos, motivational videos on YouTube, joining an online community network with women who can pour back into yourself. It can also be done by reading self-help books. And one of the things that I personally do is, let's say, for example, I want personal development, I want to increase in wisdom, or let's say exercising, or let's say reading the word. What I would do if I would look on Facebook or any other social media platform and see it's, for example, with the Bible challenge, like I want to do more on wisdom, and I would find a challenge on Facebook that say, okay, for the next 30 days, we will be reading the book of Proverbs. So I will get involved in that online community to help me build my wisdom, which is my personal development in that area. And I would join the challenge because it helps me to keep accountable, because now I've decided to participate in someone's challenge, and I have now to be accountable for it, to show up and be accountable. Something else that I personally do is, if I want to be motivated, I go on YouTube and I create a motivational playlist. I like Les Brown, I like CD Trim, but I like different persons for different things based on what I'm going through, what I need for my own personal development. And let's say I need to increase in my faith, I will have a playlist with just music that's called faith. So for this week, I'm just listening to my faith music because these are the ones that are building me up. And I will do the same thing in the Bible as well. If I need to build up on my faith or my wisdom or my trust or my belief in God, I look at the scriptures that are faith, wisdom, belief, and trust. And that's what I'm narrowing in on, because for my personal development, that's what I need at that time. So with all of those solutions, what a woman would really need to do is find that time, block that time out on your schedule. This is a time that I'm dedicating for myself, because we pour out as leaders, we also need to take that time to pour back into ourselves, and those are solutions that can help.
Absolutely. I want to send this question to Natalie as well, and the reason for that is there's a lot of information out here, right? There's a lot of information, a lot of people teaching different classes. I mean, at this point, if you want to learn something, you could definitely learn it. It is just no excuse for you not to be able to learn it. However, just in myself, and I mean, even with hosting this event and offering different opportunities for women to take classes and virtual events, what I have seen in the past is people will sign up for things, they don't necessarily show up for things, they don't necessarily participate in things. And so I think the intentions are good, but the follow through is not. And so I want Natalie to just kind of speak on the importance of women really taking that time to invest in their personal development. Like, what is the importance of them actually showing up and doing what they say they're going to do?
There's an old saying, what is it? Like, your word is your bond. I'm from New York, so we have a lot of sayings. So basically, your word is, that's it. That's all you have. So if you say you're going to show up, if you say you're going to be supportive, if you say you're going to do this, if you say you're going to do that, you need to make sure that you are doing it. And of course, things happen. Of course, we got to give people grace and give yourself grace, because sometimes you're not going to get it right. But you have to show up, not just for you showing up, you're also showing up for all the people that's connected to you. And if you're not getting what you need and pouring into yourself and signing up for the right things and understanding, just being aware, I feel like so many of us are not even aware of the help that we actually need. And I believe, I don't know who mentioned it in the last panel when someone mentioned ego. And that's a part of that, because you're edging God out. God is trying to tell you to work on this specific thing, but you like, I got it, I'm good. You know, we put on this facade, we, you know, make ourselves look good, but on the inside, we know we don't got it. We know we need help. We know that we need resources and all these different things, but we're afraid to really show up that way because of whatever judgment, or, you know, we feel like we got to be the strong woman or whatever the case may be. We're not getting the help that we need. So it's so important to show up. And also, as a personal development coach, as a speaker, just as a leader, people are watching you. Why would people invest in you if you're not investing in you? That it doesn't make sense. If you're not taking the time to get to the class, whatever you need, you know, you're not taking the time to reach out to the mentors, you're not taking the time to go see a therapist, you're not taking the time to deal with you, why would someone look at you and say, oh, I can invest with her because, you know, maybe because she sound good, but are you really truly doing the work? At the end of the day, it's about, am I truly doing the inner work so that I can become a better person, so that I can really help people at the greatest capacity and give them the 100% that I need to be giving them? Because if you don't give that to yourself, how can I pour that out? I don't want to be pouring out junk to nobody, not intentionally or intentionally. I don't want to do it at all. So, you know, you have to make sure that you are taking that time to pour into you, that time to feel better, that time, you know, it's a lot. We do a lot as women, y'all. Like, they're mothers, you know, you name it, wives, taking care of family members, taking care of, it's so many hats that we, even throughout a day, if you just sit and think about the things you do throughout 24 hours, it's like, whoa. So if you are not taking some of that time to pour into yourself, eventually you're gonna be a hot mess, and then that hot mess is gonna spill over to everything and everyone around you, and it's just not gonna go good. So taking that time to show up, you got to show up for you. Show up for you, and as you show up for you, then you can show up for others. But don't neglect showing up for you, thinking that you can show up, keep pouring from an empty cup. One thing I just want to be real quick with this: pouring from an empty cup will leave you dry. And I was in a season where I was dry, like sandpaper dry. But I was too afraid to say, I need help, because it was a new place for me, because I ain't never been that dry before. So I was too scared to say, something's not right over here, something's not clicking, I'm not feeling myself. But it took me to the point of literally having a breakdown to really realize, girl, get it together. But why wait to have a breakdown? You can implement things today. You can start investing in yourself today. We have so many women that you can choose to invest in and learn from. We all teach different things. So there's really no excuse for you not to show up for you and for you not to get the help that you need. There's no excuse.
Yes, ma'am. I could not agree more. One thing I always say is, the more you know, the more you grow. Like, you just can't skip that part. There is no time in life where you should stop learning.
Yeah.
And anytime that I start to feel stuck is the time that I know I need to pour in. It's time for me to get some new knowledge, because I've gone as far as I can go with the knowledge I have. Now it's time for me to get some new knowledge so I can go up higher. And anybody who is on here right now that, again, is feeling stuck, feeling like I can't go any further, I can't seem to level up, it's because you need some new knowledge. You need something new that's going to be able to inspire and encourage you and give you what you need in order to rise higher. You have to keep learning, and that requires, I love that you said, knowing how to ask for help. Sometimes we feel like we should know it all. Like, the way we present ourselves in the world is we have it all together and we know it all. So that means that you look odd, or you feel like you look odd in spaces where you're learning, because you're supposed to be the expert. No, everybody is always learning. Experts are even learning. They're always improving their craft. They're always learning something more to make them better. So this is great. Where were we at the time? Okay, 4:38. Okay, so I definitely want us to, I think Shamar might be the only mom on the panel. Is that right? No, not
Natalie.
girl, but you're not a girl mom. That's what it is. Do we have any more girl moms, or just, if anybody else is a mom figure to girls or mentors girls, you can answer this question. But I wanted us to just talk about what are some things that girl moms should keep in mind when preparing their daughters to interact with other girls. You know, what is it that they should be exemplifying or sharing? So I'll send it over to Shamar first. I think she might be the one with experience as a girl mom.
Yeah, I have a 17-year-old who will be 18 in January. And she, first and foremost, I would say to girl moms, you have to, keep the avenue open for your daughter to come and talk to you about these things, right? Because teenagers already don't open up easily. So keep that door open for your daughter to come and talk to you. Secondly, you have to remain as calm as possible when you're guiding them through that. That's difficult for me to say because when my daughter comes up to me and she's like, she went through something with girls, I really do want to go fight everybody, but I can't go fight everybody, right? But you got to stay as calm as possible because you have to understand, see, the way I was taught to fight. That does not work everywhere. So I teach my daughter, have communication skills. If these are people who are your close friends, and at one point she was going through a breaking with her very best friend who, I took, she was at my house and we were having fun together. And I said to her, is it more important for you to be right? Or is it more important for you to mend this relationship? If it can't be mended, is it more important for you to maintain your character and your integrity? And when you go in and you deal with these girls, teach your daughters, we don't do the gossip. We don't do the back and forth. We don't do all of this. We don't do all of that. No. Talk with your friend or talk with these people and be clear in your communication, right? And don't shy away from some uncomfortable conversations if these are your true girlfriends. So we teach these things. I also teach her to carry herself with a certain amount of respect because you teach people how to treat you. So she ended up going back and forth and she said, Mommy, I walked into class one day and these girls were rolling their eyes at me and they were looking at me, they were giving me an attitude. So I went up to my friend and I went up to her girlfriend. I said, listen, we're not going to do this. We are either going to talk this out. And if we can't maintain our friendship, then you are going to go your way and I'm going to go mine. There's no love lost and we're not going to do the back and forth. She did exactly what I taught her to do. So understand that your daughter, and also be the example for your daughter. My daughter watches everything that I do. So she never watches me get into fights with other women. She never watches me dog other women out. She always watches me approach the situation clearly, calmly, with effective communication. And if I can't work it out, then I'm going to go my way and be at peace with it. And that's what you teach your daughters. So when you're a girl mom, really teach them that they can maintain these friendships. And if they can't maintain the friendship, then they can move on in love. And it doesn't have to be contentious. It doesn't have to be a back and forth. We can all just move on in love and I'll see you down the line. And also the big thing is, this is really big. Teach your daughters that not every relationship is meant to go with you to the next phase of life. Teach your daughters that not every relationship is going to last. Teach your daughters that relationship evolves, it grows and it changes. And that's not always your fault. And when the relationship changes, don't blame yourself for it changing if you don't need to. That's for friendships, that's for relationships, that's for across the board. Teach your child that this is the mark of relationship. They grow, they evolve, they change. And that's okay. And you grow and you evolve and you change. And lastly, there's so much, y'all. There's so much. Lastly, for what I will say, teach your daughters the fine art of letting go in love. Yes. That sometimes you hold on too much and it hurts more to hold on. Let go in love. Wish them well. Pray for them, and you move on to your next phase. Then you move on to your next phase of life. At 18, there are so many other guiding points that I'm still hitting on because she goes out into the world next year. But if there's one thing I constantly say to my daughter, when you go out there in that world, don't you chase nobody that doesn't want you, and don't you compromise yourself for someone that does not want you, and don't you be out here starting nonsense for no reason because there's too much for you to do as a young Black woman. There are too many goals for you to reach.
Well, I think that doesn't need anything else to be said after that. So good, Shamar. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm glad that you were here to offer that perspective to the conversation. Before we go really quick, panel, I definitely want everybody on here to just leave the women with some words in order to encourage them and empower them to actually just be better for themselves and to be better sisters to other women. So in 60 seconds or less, Wilma, Shamar, Ashley, Tara, Tyra, and Natalie, will you just share some encouraging words with the ladies? And Wilma, you are first.
Ladies, I would say that you have the ability to design the life that you want. And like Shamar says, don't put yourself in any position or any situation to compromise who you are. Know who you are and be your authentic self and always show up as your authentic self.
Shamar.
Listen, I'm not gonna. This is all 60 seconds. It's all gonna be God. I need y'all to understand that God loves you with a crazy kind of love. God loves you with a love that He does not care what you have done, what you have been involved with, who you have been around. God loves you with a crazy kind of love. God wants you back, and God wants you to walk in purpose. And God wants you to walk in purpose regardless of what other people said about you or are saying about you. God has a purpose wrapped up for you that He needs you to move in, and God is not taking that away from you. So when you walk away from this tonight, and when you go off and you feel empowered and confident, understand something. God is calling you back. And if you have never left God, God is bringing you higher. Do not be afraid of it. Hold on to God's hand and allow God to bring you to the space that He needs to bring you in. But more importantly, no matter what you do, understand that God needs you, God loves you, and God wants you in the fold.
Powerful. Going behind Shamar. ladies, a couple things I would like to leave you with. Have that winning mindset. Be willing to serve. Put yourself in environments with like-minded women who believe and that want to win as well. And that have the same beliefs that you have, such as this amazing organization that Andromeda has started, She Wins Society, where women actually want to collaborate and help each other, right? And have that winning mentality, because your environment is everything. So that's what I would leave you all with. And understand that your gift will make room for you.
Amen. Tara?
So today, ladies, I'm going to leave you with this. You have shared your day with all of us today. So my main message is to do your work. We have talked and talked and talked. We've shared nugget after nugget after nugget. So you can listen to us talk all day, but if you do not implement anything we shared, then it was really no point of you being here, right? Because the adrenaline rush, the excitement, like, oh, Shamar, oh, well, all that, it's going to fade down, and then it's going to be you and you and you and God. So you need to get in that quiet, sacred space and figure out what are the insecurities I need to work on? What are the conversations I need to have with my daughter? How do I really feel about collaboration? How do I really feel about myself? And then do your inner work. There are 16 or 17 ladies today that have shared. Find someone and all of what you've seen today who you can work with. So follow us, right? It does not have to be me, but who resonates with you and your spirit. And I'm probably over 60 seconds, but follow us and figure out who can be my next mentor and who can be my next coach or who can be my next therapist to take me to my next level. You can win, but there's safety in a multitude of counselors. So find in this space who you can work with to take you to that next level and do your work.
Yes. Tyra?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so my final words for today is I want to reiterate, self-care is self-love, not selfish. I want you to all remember to say to yourself every morning, I am proud of who I am. I am a proud Black woman, and I am proud of who I am. I am a proud white woman. If someone is on here is of another race, say your race and say that you are proud of who you are. I do believe in myself, and I can do all things that's possible with God.
Natalie.
Well, I would say know that you are crowned by God. You are royalty. You have everything in you already to become the queen that He has called you to be. You were created to create. You were created for such a time as this. It doesn't matter what your past looked like. It doesn't matter what your current situation looked like. It doesn't matter who counts you out. It doesn't matter who calls you names or judge you or anything. You have to know that you have everything within you to win. You just have to believe it yourself, tune out the noise, and do the work. Pick up your crown, queen. It is time for you to reign. That's it.
Yes, ladies. Thank you so much for everything that you have shared on this panel. Y'all make sure that y'all connect with this panel. If you have not noticed, if everybody's Instagram names are at the bottom of this panel. If you want to find them on Facebook, their names are also at the bottom of the screen. So make sure that you take some notes and find them. Again, the replay will be available. We are getting ready to wrap up. We have one more vendor spotlight. We have some giveaways we're going to do before we go. And then this is going to conclude Stepping in a Sisterhood. Oh my goodness. I want to just put this up here really quickly. Glenda said this panel has truly been amazing. Thank you for the wealth and depth of knowledge, experiences, and expertise from each and every one of you. Thank you for taking time out of your Sunday to pour out. I agree, Glenda. I feel the same. Thank you so much, ladies, again for your time. We are going to move into the next panel. Keep working and winning. Hopefully, y'all will join us in the comments if you have the time. And we'll see you later. All right, ladies. How amazing has this been today? I am so full. I'm so excited. We are coming down to the last few minutes of Stepping in a Sisterhood. So definitely stick with us for the next few minutes so that you can find out about the giveaways that we have coming up. I'm moving into our last panel. Our last virtual vendor, which is Ebony Hill, and she's coming to talk to you about her book, How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married. Adding Ebony to the chat.
Yes.
Take it away, sis.
Hi, ladies. Hello again. What a wonderful and beautiful day. I am coming to talk to you about my book and workbook, How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married. And this is a workbook that goes with it. First of all, ladies, I talk about my journey because I was a little bit of what you call an older bride, right? I say I was single, but definitely not desperate. And I talk about walking my life as a single, saved, abstinent woman. That's right. I was abstinent, y'all, for 10 and a half years. That means no sex. People say, what do you mean abstinent? I'm talking about no sex. Hey there. And I'm telling you, it was a trip, but it was the best thing I ever did. I'm not saying that everybody has to be abstinent, but what I decided to do in my journey was do it God's way. I tried it my way, y'all, and it didn't work out. Okay. I had a lot of oopsies, a lot of jokers in my history, if you know what I'm talking about. And I write about it. I talk about the ups and the downs, the good and the bad, and how I went from 45 and single to 45 and married. Yes, you need the book, sis. Please pick it up. The book and workbook is only $25. So you can get the set. You can go to my website, bookebony.com. BOOKEBONY.com. I talk about the 13 secrets that changed my life. Listen, I was out here living my best life. I was out here serving the Lord. I was in ministry, going to work, had my own home, car, all the stuff you're supposed to have. But what I didn't have was the love, that one relationship, my husband, my marriage, y'all, that I wanted more than anything. I was willing to roll up my sleeves and do the work. The work, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I was willing to do the work. Thank you, Danny. I was so willing to do what I had to do because if there's anything else in my life, I was able to achieve it. But when it comes to this thing called love, oh, thank you, Jasmine. When it comes to this thing called love, it's hard. It's not easy. And sometimes, y'all, we need some help. So in my book, I talk about sex. Chapter 10, let's talk about sex because we're real. We're real grown women out here, right? We need to talk about sex, whether we're having it or not. I talk about flirting. I'm talking about, are you approachable? Are you approachable, ladies? Because somebody just walk up to you and say hi. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I talk about being a safe person. Ladies, in 2020, it's not okay for us to be unsafe for men. They need to know that they can come to us too. I talk about being honest with yourself. Do you really want to be married, or do you want to be married because that's what is expected of you? I said the other day on a post that any one of us could be married. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. We could go down to the gas station right now and pick us up a dude if that's what you want to do. But we want healthy relationships in 2020. We want loving relationships. I'm proud to say, y'all, that I celebrated 3 years of marriage this year. 3 years, 3 happy years of marriage. And you too can have the love you want. But it starts with self-love. It starts with your relationship with you and God. If you don't have that, nothing else will be built on that foundation. Nothing else that's worth having. So in this book, How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married, get the book, get the workbook. It's only $25. So listen, ladies, I am about to start a new group on Facebook where we can dive into this book. So I want you guys to go ahead and pick up the book and get ready. Get ready, because I want you to follow my page at Ebony Akron. We're going to launch this group so that we can connect and stay connected. So please go ahead, pick up your copy. If you have questions, I'm available. If you know me, you know I'm nothing but a text message away. So you can connect with me at Ebony Akron on Facebook and Instagram, or go to my website, bookebony.com, bookebony.com. Thank you. Thank you for the happy anniversaries. Yes, it's a beautiful thing. I want you ladies to know you're not broken. There's nothing wrong with you if you're not married and you want to be. But there may be some adjustments that you need to make. There may be a few things you need to do differently. And if you're like me, I didn't even know I needed to make them. You know, I also talk about in my book, not only is it important that you be honest with yourself, but that you meet God right where you are. We all have mistakes. I talk about when I was dating a guy that I met while he was locked up. Yeah, I met him while he was locked up. I didn't know him before, but I was dating him. How do you date somebody who's locked up, y'all? I talk about it in my book. I talked about a lot of the mistakes that I made along the way that when I look back, I think, oh man, that would have knocked me out of contention for being a bride, but not so. God is a restorer, and you can have your mistakes, you can have your path, but you can still have the love you want, ladies. So pick up your book, get your copy. Let's get on into this Facebook group so we can help you find the love you want to have. Thank you so much. Bookebony.com. BOOKEBONY.com. Thank you, Andromeda. I can't hear you.
But I have not learned yet clearly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ebony. Yes. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Make sure that you get your copies of How I Went from 45 and Single to 45 and Married, the book and the workbook at bookebony.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you for
much,
the comments, ladies.
All right, guys, we have made it. We are getting ready to do some giveaways. Before we do that, though, I want to really just quickly say thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. If you have found just it's inspiration for collaborating with other women, I want to tell you that you can definitely look into joining SheWinSociety.com joining She Win Society at SheWinSociety.com. I'm proud to say that a lot of the women who are speaking today are members of She Win Society, and we truly do live and breathe working with one another, supporting each other, collaborating with each other. As you've seen in the comments, you know, we are here to not only present, but we're here to support our sisters and cheer our sisters on. So it's just been amazing. My heart is full. I hope that your heart is full. I hope that you are inspired and encouraged to really just go out here and become your best self and be an example of what sisterhood is to other women, because we truly do need each other, and our interactions with one another do impact how we show up in the world. We have a responsibility to each other as women to just be good sisters, to be good women to each other, because ultimately the interactions I have with you or the interactions you have with me and other women, it impacts how they show up when they are at home with their children, with their families, when they go out to their jobs and their communities. And so it's important for us to just carry that in our hearts, that we are going to be our sisters' keepers, that we're going to genuinely support other women, intentionally support other women. And so I definitely encourage you, like I said, if you are here, then you have already visited shewinssociety.com. You can go back if you're interested in becoming a member and just fellowshipping with more women who are intentionally supporting each other. Like I said, that's part of our daily life. We go out of our way to be thoughtful and to support other women because we understand how important it is. And so I thank you all so much for joining. We have some giveaways coming up. I am giving away something. Kimberly Nicole Johnson is giving away something. Coach Jasmine is back to give away something. And Ronique West is back to give away something. So we're going to get through our giveaways really fast. And then we're going to conclude our event. So I am going to go ahead and welcome Kimberly back first. Hey, sis.
Hey. This has been absolutely amazing. I was watching most of it. I had to pop out a few times, but so amazing. My sisters were absolutely wonderful. So yes, honey. Yes.
Thank you so much, Kim. Listen, you already know how we do when we get together.
I know, yes.
It's always a good time when we link up. Already knew this conference was going to be amazing. You all are so welcome. Thank you for coming. I see Cherie said time well spent. That means the world to us. We want you to feel value in what we provided. Carolyn, I love you. You know I love you. You know Kimberly loves you. Shamar loves you. We love you. You have so much love, Carolyn. Okay, so Kimberly, tell us really quickly, what is it that you are giving away?
So really quickly, I shared earlier that I'm a published author and I wrote a book called Walking Without My Cane. I'm gonna do Ebony.
Yes.
I wrote a book called Walking Without My Cane. Hey, London. And the book was written right after my husband transitioned. I started writing 2 weeks later, didn't know what I was writing about, had no idea. And Walking Without My Cane is essentially my husband was my cane. I didn't know that he was my cane. I was his cane. And I had no clue on how I was supposed to continue in this life without the man that I was with for decades. We have, our oldest son is 33 years old. So how am I supposed to continue walking without my cane? Well, I wrote a book talking about sharing very intimate, very candid, very transparent details on how I chose to do that and how it's now birthed me. We all have a cane, whether it's a husband, a wife, your children, your job. We all have something that we lean on longer than we need, not realizing that we don't need it. So I want to give away a copy of Walking Without My Cane. It's a story of triumph, faith, love. It takes you on a journey. You're gonna cry, you're gonna laugh, you're gonna begin to see you in this book and then ask yourself, what is my cane? What am I walking with that I feel like I can't let go of? So I want to give away a copy to my sisters in the society.
I'm learning to unmute before I start talking. That's at the very end, right? But no, I want to testify about your book because I've read it. I got it from you at Stepping N2 Sisterhood in Ohio a couple of years ago. And I remember I had started to read it at the airport, and we had a slight delay. So I had started to kind of get in there pretty good. And then they were like, okay, the flight was ready. And I got on a plane and realized I didn't have my book. My whole life paused for a moment. I'm like trying to run get off the plane. The lady's like, you can't get off. And I'm like, but I need my book. And luckily they were nice enough to go out there and get my book and bring it to me. And I was so happy because I finished the entire thing on my flight home. And I remember emailing you or texting you and just telling you, like, I just love the way this book was written. I love what you shared. You wrote it like you speak. And it just was so powerful. And you, like you said, you share a lot. And I felt like I was walking with you through that journey. And I was feeling your pain at the moments you feel your pain. I can still remember the moment when you were just saying, like, no, God, like, you're not about to do this to me.
Yes.
That was such a powerful moment. And I felt it. I'm like, oh, Lord. It's like,
it's like, what? Wait a minute, what? Are you serious, God? I'm obedient. I do what? So yeah.
Listen, that your reading your book made me have more appreciation for my husband.
I remember we talking about yes, and that's what it's about. Is for I mean, if that even in marriage, it's about taking your husband or your wife and just saying, you know what, it don't matter. Let's just be in love. Let's just, that's what it's about. Because life literally is like people say it, but it literally is. My husband was here and gone, not sick, nothing, just was here and then he's not here. Wait a minute, what? So yeah. Yeah.
Girl, listen, the fact that you are even here today with this smile on your face and this energy and this strength is,
and the walk. You've been there. It hasn't been just,
I know. And so walking without my cane, listen, it's life changing. That's the first time I think I even heard you say too, moment by moment, just learning how to be more present. Like you taught me that being present, I would say it was more foreign to me until I talked to you. Just reading your book and being around you just made me realize, like, I need to be in my moments. I need to be present for every moment because I never know how quickly life can change.
That's right. Yes.
Whew. I'm getting chills just thinking about it.
I know.
I love you, sis. I truly do. So how are we going to do this giveaway? So
I'm trying to figure out, like, what do I do? Do I make it just where the people just drop a little number in the little, I don't, I'm like, okay, so maybe I should just have them, maybe someone can, so I know that we have, thank you, Sister Jasmine. Thank you, Carolyn, that's my boo. Yeah. I was trying to figure out, like, okay, so how do I, help me, sis, like, how do I, thank you, Wild. I mean, no.
That's Linda.
Linda, I'm trying to figure out, like, what do you, help me, sis. I'm trying to figure out, how can I get this away? I know, it's like, I was, like, I should have a woman, like, I don't know, because it's different than the lives where you can have them, like, in our time is so, but I have them, like, throw a question, they write an answer. That's going to take too long. So, I was just thinking maybe make it really, really simple, like super simple.
What does the N in your name stand for?
Did
I say it too much? I don't know if I've said it a lot.
Let me think. What does the end of my name stand for?
What is the N in your name? Kimberly N. Johnson. Does anybody know?
There we go. That's it. Whoever types that word first. What is the Kimberly N? What does the N in my name mean? Like what's the name? Whoever types it first, I can't see it, Andromeda can. So whoever types it first, and if you already have my book, don't type it.
Don't type it, right. Jasmine said, who is struggling with being in the present? That's who should get it. That's good too. But
what? Being in the
who is struggling with being in the present?
Okay,
who's struggling?
Let's do that. Who's sitting in stuck? Who's afraid to move without their cane? And you may say, well, I don't even know what my cane is. I didn't realize that my husband was my cane either until he was no longer here.
Well, the Nicoles have popped in.
Okay.
Glenda, you won already, sis.
Okay.
You won something already, sis.
Okay. But Glenda already gave an answer.
We're gonna spread the wealth. But I think Diana was first. Diana said Nicole first.
Okay. Well, there you go. Diana, send me your information in you can Facebook Messenger or Instagram. Facebook is Kimberly Nicole Johnson. Send me a message with your information, your mailing information. Or if you do Instagram, it's IC Diamonds. Drop me a DM with your info. We'll get the book sent out to you. Yes, she's a last name, Diana. Yes.
So Glenda said, I'd like to buy this. I've already won a giveaway. Thank you, Glenda. Thank you for being generous.
Glenda, go to my website, KimberlyNicoleJohnson.com. Click shop, and you'll see the book. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. And where can they get the book again? Just so we're clear.
KimberlyNicoleJohnson.com.
All right, y'all. Go get your copy of Walking Without My Cane. I'm telling you, it is definitely life-changing. And make sure that you follow Kimberly on Instagram at IC Diamonds. I didn't put that down there, but I'm gonna put it here now. and visit KimberlyNicoleJohnson.com. Thank you so much,
Thank
Kimberly.
you.
Love
Thank you,
you.
ladies. Have a good day. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our next giveaway. And I saw Jasmine pop up in here, Coach Jasmine.
Hello, ladies. I'm back. I never left. I've been on the whole time, having a good time.
Yes.
Today was phenomenal, right?
Yes.
Woo! Man, I don't even know whether like, okay, all right. Got a lot of notes here. But so I was on the first panel, ladies. Of course, just this platform. This is my second time being able to collaborate. And I am just super thankful. We talked about what does women empowerment look like, and it's you, sister, right? It is you, absolutely. So I wanted to do a giveaway, of course, just because got to pour back, right? And so I talked about a little bit earlier. I Choose Me is the brand, and so when we got into the second and the third panel, I heard Sister Natalie say it. Oh, we're using that sister word, right? I hope they ain't like, don't call me that girl. I heard Sister Robin say it. A lot of us, they were like, you got to do your work. You got to do your work. Well, here I am. I told you guys, I always like to leave with an action. So I want to gift my journal, I Choose Me, along with, you got to have a pen when you're journaling, and the t-shirt, okay? I Choose Me, and it has a declaration. But so I Choose Me, let's talk about what it is. So I am big on journals. I only publish journals because you gotta do your work, right? So what I do is give you the tools and the questions to start so that you can get to, and I heard Robin talk about this earlier, the root cause, that healing. So I Choose Me, I take you through my journey of how I chose me. Now, my history, whoo! I wasn't like Ebony where I was celibate for 10 years, okay? So I bless you for that. I was out here doing what I wanted to do. And so I had a couple of jokers, kings, and a couple of spades, if you want to call it. But so I was married at 23, divorced at 26, and I went on a merry-go-round in relationships, not just, my romantic relationships, but my friendships, my relationships with my parents, that foundation, figuring out what I wanted to keep that I was raised in and what I needed to break for the next generation. So I Choose Me as a 4-week journal, and that's what is going to take you on that journey of aligning the inner with the outer. So how you show up, you need to be like that on the inside. And as I told you guys earlier, until you choose you, this sisterhood, this panel, empowerment, none of that matters because you're not even sure about you. So that's what I Choose Me is about. And anybody that is on a merry-go-round, you've been on a merry-go-round, it keeps coming up. It's you, baby. You got to deal with you. So I want to gift, and you can put it in the chat, I Choose Me, or I'm ready to choose me. You're going to get the journal. You're going to get the pen. This goes specifically with this now, okay? So this is your journal and pen, okay? You got to keep it to the side. You're going to get your t-shirt, I Choose Me. And what does that say? It says, to make oneself a daily priority, knowing I like me, I love me, I support me, I encourage me, I inspire me, I challenge me, I applaud me, I validate me, I know me, I need me, and most importantly, I want me, okay? The shirts come in small to 3X. They are female cut, okay? Because you got to be cute. It's all about being cute and being empowered. And then you'll get another little sweet little gift that I always send just so that you can stay encouraged. But if you put that in the chat, the first person that puts I Choose Me or I Need to Choose Me, they will get it. And then all you have to do, I'm ready to choose me. I think that's Catherine. She might have got it first. And if you want, you can, if you're on IG, you can send me your t-shirt size and I need your address and I will ship it out to you first thing Monday. You'll get the book, the shirt, the pen, and 2 extra other little goodies. That's just my thing. I'm all about, overflow, and so you can get that. So who's the winner, Andromeda? Who hit us first? You're muted, boo. You're muted. Let me get my pen out. She's like,
Listen, this mute is gonna take me out. Okay. We're gonna announce the winner just really fast in a minute, but I wanted to share something with you first, Jasmine, because I had been meaning to share it with you, just never really got around to it. It's related to sisterhood, and it's related to sometimes we feel like other people are copying us, or we feel like other people's purpose is just too similar for comfort, right?
Mm-hmm,
And so
mm-hmm.
I wanted to share this with you because it was definitely over a year ago. I can't remember if it was last year or I think 2018. In 2018, I was getting ready to start a self-care brand. And the idea I had was like kind of just creating this box. I had a graphic designer work on this journal, work on a t-shirt dress and a candle. I never launched it just because I had some kind of issues with the graphic designer and they didn't do their part to see it through fruition. And so I just kind of was like, okay, this will be something I do later. But I'm not going to do it now, only because, only because I'm just in a different place now. It's not where I am. But I wanted to share this with you because guess what it was called?
I Choose Me.
It was called I Choose Me. Not only that, sis, and when we get off of this, I'm going to send you an email. Not only that, but it was similar in your color. So I wanted to say this because of this. Sometimes we think that we have time to sit on our gifts. And I truly believe that if God has something for the world to have or for people to experience, if you are too stubborn or you wait to do it, He's going to give it to somebody else, right?
Give it up. Yes.
Not only that, but again, sometimes we think people are copying off of us. Me and Jasmine did not know each other during this time. So when I saw that she did it, I was like, oh my God.
You gonna give it away, God? You gonna give it to her? Like, that's mine. No.
I did it. So I was just like, wow. I was like, just like, wow, I was taken aback. But I just wanted to share that.
Yes.
Because like I said, sometimes women, we get caught up in that, oh, she's copying off of me. She's saying things like I said it. Your sis might not have even heard you say what you said. She might not even know what it is that you're doing. But God, we all have purpose. And so again, if God wants us to express something, an expression of something in the world, he's going to give it to somebody else. And that doesn't mean that two of us can't both be talking about the same things or expressing things in similar ways. So I had to share that. When we get off these, I'm going to search through my emails and just kind of like forward you what it looked like so you could just see like that is crazy.
Wow. Well, hey, it was all designed, right? He say all things work together, right? So
and then he connected us.
Yes, because I started following you in just the earlier part of last year, following you, the retreats and everything. And then it was like, again, we talked about it before. Somebody seems so big that you can't connect with them, right? You're like, I don't want to say nothing to her. And I remember the first time you commented back on the IG post, I was like, oh, she ain't too busy. Y'all see that? You know how you get excited, like, oh yeah, you see that? You feel like you're best friends already. So I'm super excited. As y'all know, I'm not a part of the society, but I will be becoming a member because I gotta connect and stay connected with the ladies, not just through IG, but like I said, this was my second time. I was like, oh, you know what? No, I gotta get in here with these sisters and have us a good time. So I am looking forward to growing with you and under your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Yes.
Listen, that made us connected, but I was like, I have to tell her this right now. I'm gonna tell her this right now because it's relevant.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so the winner, I think you said
the winner
was Catherine.
It was Catherine.
Say, I am ready to choose me first.
Yeah, I saw it pop up. Catherine Owens. Yes, Catherine. My sis. If you're on IG or if you're on IG, if you could DM me your address and your size for the t-shirt. I am at the Greater Me Consulting. If you're not on IG, you can email me, Coach Jazz, CoachJazz at thegreatermeconsulting.com. So I can get your information and get this shipped out to you. I do shipments on Monday. Anybody else, if you want to go out there, it's thegreatermeconsulting.com. All I do is our journals. Again, I'm about self-help. Not gonna do the work for you. You gotta do the work. Self-help. So it's t-shirts, journals. It's mom and me stuff out there. I'm a mother of a teenager. I do have a blended family, so all that good teaching. So again, check me out, and I will be seeing all of y'all and talking to y'all very soon.
Yes, thank you. So you got Catherine. You got your instructions to win, right? She got
them? And if all else fails, you can just hit up Andromeda and she'll find a way to get it to me.
I will. And then really quickly, let everybody know one more time where they can get all that you are giving Catherine. And can you put it up one more time too so we can see everything?
Yep. So you have the I Choose Me journal, 4-week journal. Okay. Every journal that I have comes with a pen. And they're different ones depending on the journal or whatever. So you have your I Choose Me. Most of my things are 4 weeks long, so you can form a habit, right? And you have the shirt. No, I don't sell it as a set. Sorry. She's like, do you sell it as a set? But I'll give you, if you put in the code thank you can get $10 off. Okay. I give you that little tidbit. You have the shirt I Choose Me. It's just to keep you just feeling good, making your affirmation, walking around, people like, all right, choose you then, right? And then it comes with the shirts actually come with earrings. That's just an extra thing. And then it's one more little extra goodie in the bag. And everything is at The Greater Me Consulting. Remember, I told you greater is he that is within me. That's my mission. So that's why the business is called that, The Greater Me. And it is thegreatermeconsulting.com.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Y'all better make sure y'all go get your I Choose Me stuff. I gotta go get my I Choose Me. The stuff that came to fruition. Let me go get my I Choose Me stuff.
You put it in the atmosphere for me, girl. And I just grabbed it.
Thank you, sis. Thank you, because somebody needs it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get my t-shirt too. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Love you.
Love you too.
See you
All
later.
right. See you later.
Bye. All right, we are going to move on to our well, I have a giveaway too, but before that, we have Ronique who needs to come up. Ronique, you're up here, honey.
Oh.
Hey, sis.
Hey. So my giveaway, first off, let me just say an amazing panel. It was awesome. Everybody did great. I was in and out in meetings and stuff like that, but I heard a lot of the workshop. I just had it playing in the background. I would minimize it. Learned a lot from the ladies. It was really good to hear about just healing and doing the shadow work and doing the work. So as you know, I just launched one of my new businesses with a business partner, RC Natural Essentials. And so we have sea moss to give away to you guys today. Health is wealth. So it's very critical that you focus on your inside while you're doing the work on the outside. Your inside actually has to be good too, so that that work can continue to go full circle. It's very critical. So what I will say with the giveaway, I'm gonna keep it really short and sweet. You can actually purchase the sea moss at my link tree, or you can go directly to our website. But if you go to my link tree, it's probably the easiest way. You can access all my links. Sea moss will be at the top. What is one of the benefits of sea moss? That's how you can win the sea moss. So somebody drop down, what is one of the benefits that I gave you earlier? I shouted out almost 19 benefits. So just name one of the benefits of sea moss.
Yes, that's good. Now that's good. You definitely shared some knowledge on that. You even had somebody come and give a testimonial to tell you how it benefited her. So do y'all remember? Think back. Search your memory bank or check your notes if you were doing good at taking notes. What are the benefits of sea moss? So you can win this giveaway. And they're a little bit delayed, sis. So we're going to give them a couple of minutes. Ooh, I see something. I see Sharice said, hold on.
It's ready to go. Weight loss. There we go. That's one.
Kimberly said immunity. Is that right, sis?
Yeah.
Better digestion.
Listen, all the benefits. First, everybody's been right so far.
Correct.
So I'll say the first one.
Weight loss, immunity. So is it the first person that commented? That's what we're doing?
Yep, because everybody was correct.
That would be Sharice.
Okay, so the way that you can win is you can inbox me your address on Instagram. You can inbox me at Ronique M. West on Instagram, and I will get the sea moss to you. You will get a 6-ounce dry pack of sea moss, which you can make your gel from if you're a gel person. Several different ways you can utilize the sea moss. This is 100% organic sea moss.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Sharice. And you said they can, anybody else who would just want to purchase, they can go to the link that you have right here by your name, right?
Yes. Or you can go to follow me on Instagram. You can hit my link tree. My link tree has all my links for everything that you ever want to get, in contact with me about. The sea moss, the 6 ounce is $35. If you purchase 3 $35 bags, you'll get $10 off. So just hit 10 off the discount. And then we have a 2 ounce that is available too. I can't remember the price of that as well. That's the dry sea moss. You get, of course, the dry sea moss, you get multiple jars of gel if you're into the gel form.
Yes, so good. So get your sea moss. It has so many health benefits. Sis, did you tell us why you decided to go into this business? I think that baby.
I did. Yes, I did. I can do it again if you want me to, for sure. But I did. The reason why yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I just know that you were focusing on some other things. You did share with me that you were kind of shifting and going into something different. And so now I know what that new thing is. And so I just, maybe I missed it. You'll have to repeat it though if I missed it. I'll watch the replay.
Yeah, I did share. But just really quickly, just all the work that I do with the community, definitely by being the president of the Black Chamber for the last 3 years and co-founder, really getting deeper into really getting our community to the next level and addressing all the issues that we have. One thing that has really become apparent to me that we have to start addressing health, mental health, internal health, and so forth, and really get focused on making sure our community has access to the essentials. So I will be doing my part with that, me and my business partners and so forth. You will be seeing a lot coming from us. So one of the first things we're focusing on is what are you putting into your body. That is very critical. So you will see more products coming from our natural essentials, more organic raw products, and just essential products is really where you'll see me heading a lot. I'm always going to be your business coach and your leader, so in the community. So that's naturally what I do, but getting into really doing that full transformative work.
Yes, so good, so amazing. Thank you so much again, sis, for your time. All right.
You're welcome. Great.
We are going to go into the last giveaway. Let me scoop so I can grab it. I am going to be giving away a copy of my book, She Wins, The Ultimate Guide for Women to Gain a Winning Mindset and Lead a Winning Lifestyle. I'm also going to give away the Winning in Real Life t-shirt. So there will be 2 giveaways. One person will win the She Wins book. One person will also win the Winning in Real Life t-shirt. And I didn't wear it today, but if you donated or you just been on the website or even just seen our Instagram, you know what the Winning in Real Life t-shirt looks like. And so in order to win these prizes, let me think. It's so difficult. Okay, I know. Tell me in the comments, what is one way that you are going to leave this conference and intentionally support other women? Just what is one thing that you know that you're going to do to support other women after today? Something you may not have been doing before. What are you going to do? That's what I want to know. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. And thank you for being an awesome member. We love you. This book is so amazing. Thank you, Carolyn. So in the comments, tell me how you are going to support other women. What is one thing that you are going to do to intentionally support other women for a chance to win? She Wins, the ultimate guide for women to gain a winning mindset and lead a winning lifestyle. This book can be found on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, at SheWinsSociety.com. If you purchase from SheWinsSociety.com, I actually sign it for you and ship it out to you myself. If you purchase from Amazon or Barnes and Noble, obviously, you know that's coming from them. But that is, I'm so happy you've gifted it, Rita. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, Danica said maintain self-care, support other business. Yes, 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 yes. That is a great answer, sis. So just go ahead and send me an email or text message. You have my number. And just remind me that you won the book and send me your current mailing address so that I can ship your book to you. And then I also want to give away, like I said, a Winning in Real Life t-shirt. And so that one is easy. Hey, Adenike said I have my shirt on now. Oh, I wish I could bring you in, sis, so you could show your shirt. Danica also said, tell your sisters that they are winning no matter where they are in life. Yes, and that is why you won. Don't sit on what you know, but share with others. That's right, Carolyn. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so to win a Winning in Real Life t-shirt, I need you to comment how you are winning in real life. What are you doing? How are you winning in real life? How are you winning in real life? Diana said, I don't need another gift laugh aloud about. We'll purchase self-help prescription. Yes, self-care prescription. Self-care prescription, sis. That's right. Yes, you're welcome, sis. Love you, love you. Okay, how are you winning in real life? How are you winning in real life? How are you winning in real life? And that could be anything, whatever you think winning is to you. How are you winning in real life? And that could include your definition of winning. Oh, Cherie says she's wearing her shirt too. Thank you, sis. Thank you for wearing your shirt and representing. I'm content with what I have. That's right, Corinne. Now that's winning in real life for sure. Let's see. Jay Simon said, staying motivated every day and doing the self-care work. Sheena said, I would like to share my experience with the health so that other women know they're not alone. I have the opportunity to pour into others and teach them how to continue pushing. Absolutely. I'm actually following my purpose now. All beautiful, all amazing. Those are definitely definitions of winning. Thank you for ordering your t-shirt, Linda. You are on it. I know I saw you purchase some candles recently. Thank you so much, Jason. I'm winning by remaining grateful to God. Awesome, 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 awesome. So, Corinne, you are the winner of the Winning in Real Life t-shirt. Please text me or email me as well with your current mailing address so I can get your shirt shipped out to you. Ladies, this has been amazing. I am so grateful to have been able to spend these last 4.5 hours with you. My heart is full. I'm so grateful. And I just want to say thank you again for taking the time to join us. Thank you so much for everyone who has sent in donations for this event. Thank you so much for your love, for your support for She Went Society, for your support of all the women who are panelists. Thank you to all the panelists who were here and dropped so many powerful gems, who just took your time out to be here. It means the world to me. It means the world to all of everybody who was here today. Again, make sure that you visit SheWinSociety.com if you want to continue stepping into sisterhood, walking in sisterhood, being an example of sisterhood, and being surrounded by sisterhood. I definitely encourage you to check out SheWinSociety.com to learn more about our membership. We have 3 different levels of membership, so you can find something that works best for you and where you are in life. And we hope to see you. We hope to see you behind the scenes, off Instagram, off of online. We hope to see you in She Wins Society, at our community events, at our virtual events, at everything that we have to offer. And so, sisters, I love you all. I pray that this event has truly impacted you, that it has inspired you, encouraged you, and empowered you in some way to become better for yourself and to win bigger in your life. I love you all. Keep working and winning. Bye.